Reference. All we do is for the sake of peace and love, for unity and for progress, for respect and knowledge, for honor and for glory, and for freedom. Biafran Heroes and Heroines Remembrance Day coming on the 30th of May 2023. We must understand that the sacrifices of our gallant men and women for the sake of Biafra's total freedom is an eternal one, and our respect and honor to them must also remain eternal. And so, a total lockdown, sit at home in Biafra land and in Nigeria on this day will take place by all Biafrans, freedom fighters, lovers of peace, truth and freedom. The world must always be made to remember them through our respect. We, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, remember our fallen heroes from 1904 to the present. We remember the victims of Asaba Massacre, Aba Massacre, Emene, Ibocha, Obibo, Onisha, Olo, Mpo Massacre, etc. We remember our gallant men and women of ESN who have paid the ultimate price for our freedom. We remember the victims of Fulani herdsmen and of the Nigerian state-sponsored terror. We remember the victims of the Atlantic and Sahara Desert slave trade. We remember those that died in slave chains on the high sea and in the desert. We remember those that choose death rather than be the possession and slaves to another human being, the likes of the heroes of the Igbo landing. We remember those who suffered and died under the brutality and inhuman treatment of the slave owners. We remember all victims of wickedness against Biafrans by the enemies of Biafra. As we remembered in the years gone by, and have been remembering, we shall remember again with greater love and respect to our heroes. This is all we owe them. Please be part of this coming Biafra Heroes and Heroines Remembrance Day as a Biafran, friend of Biafra, or as a lover of freedom and truth. Coming on the 30th of May 2023, spearheaded by the IPOB movement under the Commander Supreme Leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This announcement is coming to you from the IPOB All State Media Desk under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Be blessed. Miss 30th May 2023 coming. We are Biafrans. All we do is for the sake of peace and love, for unity and for progress, for respect and knowledge, for honor and for glory, and for freedom. Biafran Heroes and Heroines Remembrance Day coming on the 30th of May 2023. We must understand that the sacrifices of our gallant men and women for the sake of Biafra's total freedom is an eternal one, and our respect and honor to them must also remain eternal. And so, a total lockdown, sit at home in Biafra land and in Nigeria on this day will take place by all Biafrans, freedom fighters, lovers of peace, truth and freedom. The world must always be made to remember them through our respect. We, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, remember our fallen heroes from 1904 to the present. We remember the victims of HAUSA massacre, Aba massacre, Emene, Ibocha, Obibo, Onisha, Olo, Mpo massacre, etc. We remember our gallant men and women of ESN who have paid the ultimate price for our freedom. We remember the victims of Fulani herdsmen and of the Nigerian state-sponsored terror. We remember the victims of the Atlantic and Sahara Desert slave trade. We remember those that died in slave chains on the high sea and in the desert. We remember those that choose death rather than be the possession and slaves to another human being, the likes of the heroes of the Igbo landing. We remember those who suffered and died under the brutality and inhuman treatment of the slave owners. We remember all victims of wickedness against Biafrans by the enemies of Biafra. As we remembered in the years gone by, and have been remembering, we shall remember again with greater love and respect to our heroes. This is all we owe them. Please be part of this coming Biafra Heroes and Heroines Remembrance Day as a Biafran, friend of Biafra, or as a lover of freedom and truth. Coming on the 30th of May 2023, spearheaded by the IPOB movement under the Commander-Supreme leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This announcement is coming to you from the IPOB All State Media Desk under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Be blessed.
Please welcome the program. I hope you are listening to me. The whole world is listening. Please go on. Can you hear me?
I'm very clear. Very clear, very clear, very clear. Thank you so much. Mazi Jonathan. Thank you so much. Good evening, dear fans. Good morning and good night, everybody. Good afternoon to wherever you are. My name is Mazi Jonathan, KSC, Knight of St. Christopher. I'm lead counsel to indigenous people of Biafra. It's a privilege, it's an honor to have me in this program this night. Actually, I want to use this platform to brief Biafrans on the outcome of yesterday's proceedings before the Supreme Court. I don't think it will take much time, just a brief update as to what transpired in court yesterday. And this proceeding becomes compelling because of the wrong, misleading narratives being published by Nigerian compromised media houses, which makes headlines all over the country and extension the world today. However, let me first of all give kind of a clear account on how far we've gone and where we started with respect to matter before the Supreme Court. I hope everybody is hearing me.
The whole world is hearing you crystal clear. Please go on.
It's no longer a news that on the 13th of October 2022, the Court of Appeal in Abuja delivered a unanimous judgment wherein they discharged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of hitherto 8-count charge and consequently directed that he should be released unconditionally and further proceeded to prohibit federal government from further detaining him or further preferring any form of charge against him in any court in Nigeria. That decision still stands today. It hasn't been set aside. It's still subsisting. It's still live. That is the main thing. Then going forward, the records, the federal government being dissatisfied with the judgment of the Court of Appeal, appealed to the Supreme Court against to set aside the judgment. While the notice of appeal was filed and served on us, he also proceeded to file an application for stay of execution of this order and judgment of the Court of Appeal, which discharged and acquitted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of all the count charge brought before the Court of Appeal. Then this application was argued because we challenge the application for stay of execution of the order. It was argued and the Court of Appeal, this time around, a different panel of Court of Appeal granted the order for stay of execution and directed the federal government to compile records and transmit to the Supreme Court within a timeline. So records were transmitted before the Supreme Court on the 2nd day of November 2022. However, it's important to mention that we also cross-appeal against certain part of that judgment that we feel that it's important for the Supreme Court to clarify that has to do with status of IPOB and other issues of law. And also, we also appeal against the order staying the execution of the Judgment of Court of Appeal delivered on the 13th of October 2022, because we haven't heard of such order before. An order of court restraining, staying the execution, limiting the liberty of citizens. It hasn't happened before. That's the first time we heard it in Nigerian court before. That an order, a court of law will give an order discharging and consequently acquitting a citizen of all criminal allegations against him, and we proceed to appeal on that, or appeal against the judgment of the court. Why the person still detained? It hasn't happened. So we appeal against the order, stay the execution of that judgment. The Supreme Court. We appeal against the order before the Supreme Court. On 2nd of November, the records on the appeal filed by the federal government was transmitted and served on the parties. To serve on the parties on this date. Now, by virtue of fast track rules, parties direction 213 of Supreme Court, which regulates this type of proceedings, the federal government have only 10 days to file the appellate brief and serve on us. They didn't file anything, they didn't serve on us because the intention, which is obvious, is to use this process to further delay the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and further keep him in perpetual custody, absolutely confirming that the custody of the SSS. Now, having waited for them to file their appellate brief before the Supreme Court, they will file. We now file an application which anchor on 11 provisions of the law, asking the Supreme Court to dismiss the appeal filed by the federal government so that they can allow our client to go. That application was filed and served on the federal government on the 25th of November 2022. It was filed on the 25th of November 2022 and served on the federal government on that same day. Then, on the 5th day of December 2022, federal government filed their appellate brief. Instead of responding to this application, they filed the appellate brief. In this case, they secretly filed the appellate brief, hid the processes from us. Despite the fact that at the point they filed this appellate brief, they entered into an undertaking with the registrar of the Supreme Court, and they will start those processes on the same day. They filed the appellate brief and also, along with the motion for extension of time, to regularize what they filed outside time. When they filed them, they didn't serve us. They hid them from us. Now, we are following up because we have an application also. We filed for accelerated hearing of the appeal, along with the application to dismiss the appeal. So, when we are following up on the response from the court as regards to these applications, and also the letters we are writing to CJ to assign a date for hearing of their matter, it was brought to our attention that these people filed processes on the 5th of December 2022, and they didn't serve us. So, we now complained to the court, proceeded also to file an application to obtain certified true copy of all they filed in court and hide it from us. Then this, when we applied for that, the certified true copy of the processes they filed, it was immediately given to us upon payment of requisite official fees to the court. Then, when we received the processes they filed, we immediately filed our respondent brief. Then, also serve same on them on the 10th day of February 2023. Then, instead of them also reacting by filing a reply brief to what to file, they filed an application to amend their notice of appeal. This application was filed on 16th day. That is 6 days after we filed and serve on them our respondent brief. They filed the application to amend their notice of appeal by adding additional 9 grounds of appeal. They filed it on the 16th day of February 2023, and they didn't serve us. They still had it from us. It was on the 2nd day of March when we are still following up by way of application, full application to CDM to assign a date in view of the medical condition of Nnamdi Kanu and nature of the case. That on account of that pressure, they served us this process they filed on 16th day of February 2023. They served them on us on the 2nd day of March 2023. So now When this date was given, date for hearing of this appeal was given. Of course, when a date is being given or assigned to a matter, the courts will serve hearing notices to the parties, indicating that, notifying that the matter is coming up for service for hearing. So, when the date was given and hearing notices were served on the parties, they quickly prepared an application for amendment of their grant of notice of appeal, same as the one they filed on the end of February 2023, and filed and served on us that was on 26th. This was 2 days ago. They served one at 2:39 p.m. Then served the second one on 6:30 p.m. They served on the office of our lead counsel, Professor Michael Zekone in the night. So now it's important for me to clarify that the essence of what they are doing, these processes, or their style, is nothing but to ensure that this matter didn't go on. You know, when an application to amend a grant of appeal is filed, then and the grant of you allow them, if granted by the court, you amend the grant of appeal, they will now file a fresh appellate brief. When they file a fresh appellate brief, you can now respond to what they filed, they will now file a reply. Of course, you know, Supreme Court is not a court that has all the time on air to determine matters. It's a court that gives longer dates. So what actually they are trying to do is that by filing these processes, a date will be given probably by next year to hear this appeal. But yesterday was the end of the game. Because yesterday when we got to court, they mentioned all the applications, the frivolous application they filed, including the motion for amendment of grants of appeal, and also the motion for amendment of extension of time to allow them come in. Now, the SAN said no, we are not objecting this time around because we understand their game. Their game is for us to object. The Supreme Court will out of anger probably say, okay, come back on November this year, or come back on January next year, or March next year for us to argue this application. There's no objecting. That what we are interested actually is for that to go on. Let's share the case of the merit and let's be determined speedily so that the fate of our client, Nnamdi Kanu, will be determined by the court. And court also comes to us. Yesterday, the application for them to amend was granted. The grounds of appeal was granted. Now, the court proceeded to give them timeline. We didn't wish to file their appellate brief and serve on us. And in this case, 5 days. The court gave them from yesterday to Wednesday morning to serve us. And from Wednesday morning, we have from Wednesday morning to Friday, Monday morning to serve them. We are coming back to court on Thursday to argue the appeal. So because what they wanted to achieve is when we are in court, they say, well, make sure they come and now we have an application to amend our grounds of appeal and also amend our extension of time for us to come in. And court will say, because they don't have the luxury of time to allow parties to be coming every day. No. So they will now court will say, okay, we don't have the day this year. You can come back on January. That doesn't work out for them. Then now we're going back to court on Thursday, 11th of May, 2023, to argue the appeal on the merit. Now, let me just clarify further. What has been making the headline in Nigerian media is that federal government filed additional grants, 9 grants of appeal against the leader of the people of Biafra. These are applications in substance that's frivolous, means nothing to us. Why? Because what they are actually asking the court to elongate, the grounds they are expanding, is already contained in their in their 5 grounds of appeal, 5 grounds to challenge. It's contained there. These facts are contained in the original grounds of appeal they filed. They are the essence of what are doing. What they want to achieve is to delay the proceeding, nothing more. Just to lift one sentence and say it's a grant of appeal, lift another sentence, the grant of appeal. So they will stand just like what happened in 2021 when Nnamdi Kanu was abducted in Kenya and brought to Nigeria. From 5 count charge, they expanded it to 7 count charge. From there to 10, from 10 to 15, and it's all over Nigeria media. That the federal government has 5 amended 15 count charge against Nnamdi Kanu. We want to escape this one. So the essence of it is to cause media hype. So people will think they are doing something useful or that they are serious about the matter. They are not serious about the matter. At the end of the day, we challenge the charge, and it was struck out. We're going to go one court of appeal, and the next one was also thrown away. So that will tell you they have nothing before the court against him. So it's not for us to make this clarification. So people think that there's anything there's anything serious about what they're saying. There's nothing serious about what they're saying. What they're telling what they want to amend is already before the court. We have it without us. They've argued this point in their original appellate brief they filed last year. We have it. We've argued it. I've responded to them. So they're merely expanding it so that people will now say, oh, they have 100 million, 100 grounds of appeal against Nnamdi Kanu, and that probably will not come out on this one. This one is more, Nigerian mentality, and probably from this informed element who are following, who are being misled by their wrongs and misleading information. So it's more for us to clarify and tell our people that there's nothing, there's no problem, there's nothing to worry about. We're in perfect control, and also God is in control. So what they are trying to do in court, we are 10 steps ahead of them. We have already taken care of that. So let them come to court. Thank God that they have been now given time. They can't escape it. They are coming to court on the 11th. Let us go there and appeal on the merit. Simple. So thank you. If they ask me further questions, I maybe have to give you further explanation. Thank you so much. Or if you don't, if there's any area it's not clear, I didn't make it clear to people to understand, I can also clarify because I'm talking to our people.
Ndewo Mazi, Barrister Ejiofor, for your clarifications and briefing. One thing you talked about this another, is it 11 ground or count ground for counts, other counts, 11 counts, and you have clarified it that it is not something new. What they are trying to do is media hyping, so that our leader will be condemned by the public. It's just like media trial now. But you've clarified it because that is what is going on the social media right now. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but thank God that you've clarified it. But now there is something that I want to ask also. You made mention of appeal or by the prosecution, and sometimes they don't inform you, the defending lawyers. They don't serve you any paper. What is that? What are the legalities concerning this? Is it legal for maybe the prosecution to do something, file a charge or another application, whereas they don't inform the defending lawyers? Is it legal under the Nigerian law or Nigerian constitution, please?
Thank you so much, Mr. Jonathan. Let me just take it count so you understand. First of all, let me correct you. Use the word expression count on the charge. There's no new count charge. There's no new charge against NK, against Nnamdi Kanu before the court. What the amending is their grounds of appeal, which is just like somebody who is challenging the decision of the court. He's telling the court, the upper court or higher court, and challenging this decision on ground X, Y, Z, probably error in law and facts. And those grounds are just maybe issues of law and issues of fact, these are facts. So it's not charge, it's not count. So I have given you a clear detail here. See, what happened in court is what the legislature was trying to explain to the court yesterday. From the day one of this case, starting from the lower court before the federal high court, before the Naco's court, federal government has not been forthcoming. They have not been diligent in the prosecution of this case. What they wanted to achieve at every given point in time is that it's for them to keep Nnamdi Kanu in detention. That's all. Now I'll explain. When we are at federal high court, it has happened up to 5 good times. They will file it. They will amend the charge. A matter will be done for hearing or trial. Then, obviously, in view of the fact, in view of the frivolous nature of the charge and post-criminal nature of the charge, we usually challenge them. Then a date will be fixed for hearing of the charge application, challenging the charge. A day before that day, most times in the night, around 5, 6 o'clock, they will serve us amended charge. And as soon as they serve us those amended charge, they will make it available to the media before they call tomorrow. So by the time before I wake up in the morning, it's already being reported in the media. Federal government has filed additional 7-count charge against Nnamdi. So it will not send fears to people. Are you with me? So it will send fears to people that, look, hey, Nnamdi can go face something 10-count charge, 17-count charge. So it has been the practice. Or when we file an application, like when we file an application challenging the competence of the staff, they will not respond. They will not respond most times. They will respond the day before the schedule for the hearing of the application. They will file their counter. And the essence of doing that is to truncate the proceedings of the court on the day scheduled for the hearing. Truncating the proceedings of the court means to stultify, and that's to stop the matter from going on. Because when you serve us with a response, a response to application we file to get a process strike out, we are entitled to respond to that application, to that response by way of reply. Now, and it's the law. We have to reply. Because if we reply, then that means we are waiving our right to reply. And it will assume that new issues you raise in the application, your response, have been considered by us, have been waived by us, and admitted by us. So we are under an obligation to react by way of reply to your response application. So the usual serve us this stuff a day before the schedule for the hearing. And that was also called ambush. It has been their style. I give you an example now. Tell me what will cost a federal government, what will be responsible for a lawyer. A lawyer in a federal government, in a federal office, to file a process before the Supreme Court on the 15th day of December 2022. You file a process as important as the funded brief before the Supreme Court. And not even stop at that. You enter into an undertaking. You know what I mean by undertaking? Written undertaking before the decision of the court. That I hereby undertake to serve this process on the respondent counsel. You know, if you don't sign that undertaking, they won't give you those process. So you have to enter as a lawyer, and you are signed as a lawyer because they can't give those a non-lawyer to sign to enter on the thing to sign. No, you must be allowed to enter into undertaking before the decision of the Supreme Court, before they allow you to go and serve a process. Now you file a process on the 5th of December. Very important process as appellate brief, which you are challenging, upon which you have already filed application to get the appeal dismissed. You file this process on the 5th of December. And you read it from us. After entering into undertaking, before the reach of the Supreme Court to serve us, they will serve us. Till yesterday, they've not served that process.
Mazi, before you continue, let me put it here as a question. Is there any legal backing for this type of ambush? Is there no law maintaining that there should be a frame of time instead of waiting for maybe less than 24 hours and to start doing all this?
This was exactly what I discussed with some. We discussed yesterday. There's a law regulating this proceeding. We call it Fast Track Rules 2013 or Supreme Court Fast Track Rules 2013. It's the right time within which to, because this appeal is so that can be heard speedily. It's appeal classified under this rule that among the appeal that can be heard day to day by the court, by the court. So, and there's a time within which to file this response, this application, the processes being conducted, being had under this proceeding. You are allowed to file this appellate brief. Later, 10 days after you compile records and serve on the parties. They didn't file. Now, it's being done without consequences. Ordinarily, if you ask for cost, like yesterday, we told the Supreme Court this matter has been in Supreme Court since October. They were shocked. We made it was said in open court by Lesser that this appeal has been in this court since October. And they know the nature of the appeal. And they were concerned about the delay. And when it has to do with the liberty of a citizen, and when it has to do with the threatening health condition of Mazi Nnamdi. So these are things they consider because it's also by now should have been had by now. So, and portion to which they give us this short day, 2 weeks from yesterday, to come back and argue the appeal. We understand that, you know, when you are battling with the system, it's an establishment we're fighting against. It's the government of the state. So, that's what I do, whatever they want. If the government is not involved, I don't believe that a lawyer, an independent matter can be conducted in that manner. you will come to a Supreme Court and file an application and enter into an undertaking to serve same on the parties and went away with it without serving us. Without serving us the processes. Then you can come to that court, back to that court to talk to the court. It's act of misconduct. Professional misconduct on the part of the lawyer. It's just act of misconduct. For a lawyer to ambush another. It's an act of misconduct. So however, because you know these are traps. What I want to tell the Biafran this night that these are traps they set for us. And traps to ensure that there is a delay in this case. And when you understand this trap, you have to be careful and circumspect. Circumspect is saying that you have to align yourself with a position that will allow the appeal to go on quickly. But if you want to challenge every of the steps, irregular steps they're taking so far, since this appeal was filed, he did. That means this appeal will not even be had this year. And who is suffering is a client. So we have to align ourselves, our position with a process that allows the appeal to go on speedily. So that not without mentioning this irregularity before the court yesterday. It was clearly marshaled out by the legislature as to how they transmit record as some of the practice of 2nd of November 2022, and they didn't file processes appellate rewarding time. They file and hit from us. Now they file a both amend their grant of appeal. They file it since February 16th, 16th February 2023. They didn't serve us on the 2nd of March. So what they are trying to do is just strategies to buy time. So this man will be there. They want to keep him there. And when this appeal is not had, it's not going anywhere. So but luckily God intervened this day. It was a very, very wonderful outing. Because God saw with us that look, there is actually a plan to delay this proceeding. They are doing it because they know that Supreme Court has no luxury of time to entertain cases. Because the docket is full. So, but after explaining to the court about the nature of the case, of course, is statutory. And the conduct of the prosecution in this case, of the appellate in this case. The court has to give us a chance to hear the matter. Even the cross appeal I mentioned here, we cross appeal on some issues of law, which that has to do with the show of cross appeal. And they didn't respond till also late this year they responded. They will file our response, our reply immediately. So that one has been settled. It was also mentioned to the Supreme Court yesterday that our cross appeal has been settled because we file the responded and we file our appeal, our reply. So it's adjourned till 11th of May. Once this appeal is had, you can cover appeal can be taken together because they have the same appeal number. So not that it's not penalty, that's penalty. Most cases, court will sanction you. Court will ask you to pay tax, to pay fine. Right? And in some cases you will be referred to NDA. So there are penalty and consequences for this kind of actions. But you know, when you are doing a case against establishment, which obviously have control over all other sectors, so you have to be up and in. You must be circumspect. You must be careful and know when to act and when not to act, and know when to certain steps or decision to take at any given time. Thank you.
Well, the Mazi, Barrister Jofo, and before I dive into another aspect, I want you to please clarify again. The court judgment, appeal court judgment received on the 13th day of October 2022, discharging our leader that he should not only that he should not stand any trial in any Nigerian court. Okay. Yes. Today the case is being taken up, applications on Supreme Court, which is the apex court in Nigeria, normally. Now, what I want to ask is this. Is there any law compelling that appeal court judgment should be respected first before any other Supreme Court or any other appeal or any other case? Is there, or is it constitutional? It doesn't matter that it is against the establishment, but the establishment normally in a democracy, in a republic, the establishment must go through the rule of law. That is it. That is how it is all over the world. But what I'm asking is the Constitution. Does the Constitution allow somebody discharged by the appeal court, no matter the Supreme Court application or charges or anything again, does the Constitution allow the person to continue being detained, or according to we talk to Biafrans, talk to the whole world according to the Nigerian Constitution, not according to how the establishments wants to do their thing? No. Is there does the Constitution mandate that court ruling should be obeyed first, or is there any way the Constitution allows the defendant to still be held pending the outcome of the Supreme Court issue? Please clarify that, please.
Let me just explain this to you. You know, when I was doing the introductory part of this discussion, I expressed concerns about the fact that there are what are obtainable in the criminal jurisprudence and what are not obtainable in criminal jurisprudence. And most times, what's obtainable in civil jurisprudence is not what's applicable to criminal jurisprudence. As a matter of fact, what we're talking about is an appeal. It's a criminal matter, criminal appeal. The judgment of the Court of Appeal delivered on 13th of October 2022 is very clear in terms and unequivocal. And the law is that you must obey this judgment of the Court of Appeal and consequential announcement therein. And there's no even under the party's direction of Court of Appeal, or Court of Appeal party's direction, or under the Court of Criminal Appeal under the Court of Appeals, does not allow for stay of execution of criminal appeal of criminal judgment on criminal matters. Doesn't allow it. Now, these are issues we can pass before the Court of Appeal. But now let me just explain this. Confidently or procedurally, a party have the right to challenge a decision made by lower court before the upper court, higher court, by way of appealing against that decision, and by extension, applying for stay of execution. It's allowed under the civil appeal. Our contention is that this kind of decision is not allowed, but there's no rules that make provision for it under the civil appeal, under the criminal appeal. All the contended before the court of appeal. So, ordinarily, there's no rule that allow you to stay the liberty of a citizen. It's not hard. And it is more so that all the judgment of the court or the law or the Supreme Court relied upon in moving the Court of Appeal to state the execution are all civil cases. They're not criminal matters. All the judgment is started before the Court of Appeal in granting that an application for stay are all civil cases that are not criminal matters. So you see, these are irregularities we challenge in our motion to dispute the appeal, to dispute the understanding of the position on our appeal. So there is no. So I don't want to delve much into the merits, into the substance of this issue, because of course it's matter before the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court. And as I speak now, of course everybody, including the DSS, the police, the military, the civil defense, the man of war, the public, everybody's listening to me as I speak to you, even the court. So there are issues I may not delve into, but I have to kind of make a highlight as to what I want to understand. The fact that these are not done is not allowed under the law. I will file appeal against what they did in Court of Appeal by staying in the execution of judgment of Court of Appeal. That's the only option available to us. We can't fight them. And the appeal is before the Supreme Court. Now, the own appeal is now for hearing. And yesterday, the court made reference to the appeal. I said the appeal also will go along with the appeal, which is going to be held on the 11th of May. So let me don't go deep into, because argument I'm going to prefer this evening will be part of argument that will be canvassed in court on the 11th of May. In moving the court to first of all displace the other, and also allow our second appeal on that. And also in moving the court to dispute their own appeal. So I wouldn't want to canvass it extensively in this program because of the fact that all of them are listening to me. Because once you mention Ejiofor is coming to address the media, they will start talking about Ejiofor, they will start talking about the court. They have to suspend everything they have to do to listen to me. It happened yesterday when I was giving an award somewhere. I was giving a speech. And some people say I will not, some people posted for against it. At the end of that, deliver the speech. So let me not go into that. So the point is that, let me not go into for May 11th 2023. But I can assure Biafrans that God is on the throne. And God being so kind, God being with us, we are going to appeal, we are going to get this appeal dismissed. God be on our honor. We don't get on our side because Nnamdi Kanu has not committed no offense on the law and has been discharged by court, by order and judgment of court, bigger court. So we are doing everything humanly possible within the limits of law and within the confines of law to give him the best representation. Thankfully, we have an erudite advocate of Nigeria, almost no one who is leading us in this case. So to be assured that God we perform wonders in Supreme Court. God bless you. Thank you so much.
There, well, finally, before you go, I want you to talk about the health of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is your client and our Onyendu, our leader, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. We have heard many things, about tuberculosis outbreak in the where he's been illegally detained. Please start by telling us, when last did you see him, and how is all this his health? Please, people are listening. Please go on.
I was with him yesterday after the proceeding before the court. We spent some time together, and he was recently diagnosed of tinnitus, the ear issue. So I know the DSS medical department does not have the advanced medical equipment to address it. It's still on medication. And heartburn, of course, I've medical report that he has been having heartburn. And also depletion in potassium content. So these are issues he's having. But he still is strong in spirit. I'm saying strong in spirit that there must be light at the end of the day, at the end of the tunnel. So, but he's not good health-wise. I've been saying it time without number because I own the word explanation and a duty, an obligation to tell them whatever my findings will be each time I visit him. So, and I don't come to the media to address. I don't come to the world to tell the world what's not the truth. So I will tell you when it's better and when it's not better. But yesterday, I was with him to brief on what happened in court. So we had an extensive discussion on the matter before the court and what was expecting to happen on May 11th. It was an level of preparedness too. So, and what we're expecting to do by next week when they start the relevant processes. So, and also we discussed about his health too. So he said he's still on medication about the tinnitus, but those undergo surgery. So these are the complaint he led to me yesterday. So, and I better also that I made it known to the world by this platform. So that's all. So that we saw him strong in spirit tenaciously, and we believe in God that the God will do His will. And I pray for him to be alive. He will come out there alive and strong. So God is with us. God is with him. Thank you.
There were. Thank you very much, Barrister Ejiofor, for this update. I don't know whether you have anything, you still have anything to say as your parting shot on this program. Because many people are really worried about our leaders' health, So, please, go on if you have anything to say.
The only thing I can tell their fans is to be strong, remain focused. They should not be distracted. Because a lot are going on. Of course, what I want to also repeat at this point in time is that many people, when you see this kind of thing going on, you see a lot of people who are working against the interests of Nnamdi Kanu, either by actions or by deeds or by conduct. So, but let them remain focused and also obey the instruction from the central body. So that's where I can tell them, possibly not to be distracted, because a lot are going on. Of course, you can know. I want to appreciate that we have changed our strategy. It's something that informed it, because I discovered that there's a lot of things are not working properly the way it's supposed to work. And once you're able to identify your enemies, you have to treat them as such and place them where they belong, and make sure that you work hard and progress. So what I'm telling our people is to Remain focused, be prayerful, be abide. These are things you usually tell me. Remain be peaceful in their conduct. That at the end of the day, the truth will prevail and we'll be freed. And God will make it happen sooner than expected. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
The War Barrister Ejiofor, thank you very much, our erudite lead counsel. We understand that you are at the front line, bearing the brunt of everything. But we must continue.
Thank you so much, and God bless.
The war, thank you very much.
So much.
I think this is where I'm going to leave you. Thank you. Thank you. This is where I'm going to leave you.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. God bless you. God bless everybody. I appreciate you. Thank you for having me in your program.
Thank
God
you.
bless. God bless Biafra.
There war. And you too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
There war.
Bye-bye, my brother.
Thank you. This is where I'm going to let go. Biafrans, you have listened, so every other thing we continue pushing on, because this is a process. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi, Jonathan, from here, it is simply good evening.
Now, I want you to talk briefly about how the media and how scholarships can be used as a tool for neocolonialism. Okay. The media.
Welcome the program. I hope you are listening to me. The whole world is listening. Please go on. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you very clear. Very clear, very clear, very clear. Thank you so much. Mazi, Jonathan. Thank you so much. Good evening, dear fans. Good morning and good night, everybody. Good afternoon to wherever you are. My name is Mazi Barrister Ejiofor, KSC, Knight of St. Christopher. I'm lead counsel to the Indigenous people of Biafra. It's a privilege, it's an honor to have me in this program this night. Actually, I want to use this platform to brief Biafrans on the outcome of yesterday's proceedings before the Supreme Court. I don't think it will take much time, just a brief update as to what transpired in court yesterday. And this proceeding becomes compelling because of the wrong, misleading narratives being published by Nigerian compromised media houses, which makes headlines all over the country and extension the world today. However, let me first of all give kind of a clear account on how far we have gone and where we started with respect to matter before the Supreme Court. I hope everybody is hearing me.
The whole world is hearing you crystal clear. Please go on.
It's no longer a news that on the 13th of October 2022, the Court of Appeal in Abuja delivered a unanimous judgment wherein they discharged Nnamdi Kanu of Hidado 8-count charge and consequently directed that he should be released unconditionally, and further proceeded to prohibit federal government from further detaining him or further preferring any form of charge against him in any court in Nigeria. That decision still stands today. It hasn't been set aside. It's still subsisting. It's still live. That is the main thing. Then going forward, the records, the federal government being dissatisfied with the judgment of the Court of appeal to the Supreme Court against to set aside the judgment. While the notice of appeal was filed and served on us, we also proceeded to file an application for stay of execution of this order and judgment of the Court of Appeal, which discharge and acquitted Nnamdi Kanu of all the count charge brought before the Court of Appeal. Then this application was argued because we challenge the application for stay of execution of the order. It was argued, and the Court of Appeal this time around, a different panel of Court of Appeal granted the order for stay of execution and directed the federal government to compile records and transmit to the Supreme Court within a timeline. So records were transmitted before the Supreme Court on the 2nd day of November 2022. However, it's important to mention that we also cross-appeal against certain part of that judgment that we feel that it's important for the Supreme Court to clarify that has to do with status of IPOB and other issues of law. And also, we also appeal against the order staying the execution of the judgment of Court of Appeal delivered on the 13th of October 2022, because we haven't heard of such order before. An order of court restraining, staying the execution, limiting the liberty of citizens. It hasn't happened before. That's the first time we heard it in Nigeria court before. That an order, a court of law will give an order discharging and consequently acquitting a citizen of all criminal allegations against him, and we proceed to appeal on that, or appeal against the judgment of the court. Why the person still detained? It hasn't happened. So we appeal against the order, stay the execution of that judgment. The Supreme Court. We appeal against the order before the Supreme Court. On 2nd of November, the records on the appeal filed by the federal government was transmitted and served on the parties. It was served on the parties on this date. Now, by virtue of fast track rules, parties direction 213 of Supreme Court, which regulates this type of proceedings, the federal government have only 10 days to file the appellate brief and serve on us. They didn't file anything, they didn't serve on us because their intention, which is obvious, is to use this process to further delay the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and further keep him in perpetual custody, absolutely confirming that the custody of the SSS. Now, having waited for them to file their appellate brief before the Supreme Court, they will file. We now file our application, which anchor on 11 provisions of the law, asking the Supreme Court to dismiss the appeal filed by the federal government so that they can allow our client to go. That application was filed and served on the federal government on the 25th of November 2022. It was filed on the 25th of November 2022 and served on the federal government on that same day. Then, on the 5th of December 2022, federal government filed their appellate brief. Instead of responding to this application, they filed their appellate brief. In this case, they secretly filed the appellate brief, hid the processes from us. That's why they filed that at the point they filed this appellate brief, they entered into an undertaking with the registry of the Supreme Court, and they will start those processes on the same day. They filed the appellate brief and also, along with the motion for extension of time, to regularize what they filed outside time. Then they filed them, they didn't serve us. They hid them from us. Now, we are following up because we have an application also. We filed for accelerated hearing of the appeal, along with the application to dismiss the appeal. So, when we are following up on the response from the court as regards to these applications, and also the letters we are writing to CJ to assign the case to assign a date for hearing of their matter, it was brought to our attention that these people filed processes on the 5th of December 2022, and they didn't serve us. So, we now complained to the court, proceeded also to file an application to obtain certified true copy of all they filed in court and hide it from us. Then this, when we applied for that, the certified true copy of the processes they filed, it was immediately given to us upon the payment of requisite official fees to the court. Then, when we received the processes they filed, we immediately filed our respondent brief. Then, also serve same on them on the 10th day of February 2023. Then, instead of them also reacting by filing a reply brief to what to file, they filed an application to amend their notice of appeal. This application was filed on 16th day. That is 6 days after we filed and serve on them our respondent brief. They filed the application to amend their notice of appeal by adding additional 9 grounds of appeal. They filed it on the 16th day of February 2023, and they didn't serve us. They still hid it from us. It was on the 2nd day of March when we are still following up by way of application, full application to CDM to assign a date in view of the medical condition of Nnamdi Kanu and nature of the case. That on account of that pressure, they served us this process they filed on 16th day of February 2023. They served them on us on the 2nd day of March 2023. So now, when this date was given, date for hearing of this appeal was given. Of course, when a date is being given or assigned to a matter, the courts will serve hearing notices to the parties, indicating that, notifying that the matter is coming up for service for hearing. So, when the date was given and hearing notices were served on the parties, they quickly prepared an application for amendment of their grant of notice of appeal, same as the one they filed on the end of February 2023, and filed and served on us that was on 26th. This was 2 days ago. They served one at 2:39 p.m. Then served the second one on 6:30 p.m. They served on the office of our lead counsel, Professor Michael Zekone in the night. So now it's important for me to clarify that the essence of what they are doing, these processes or their style, is nothing but to ensure that this matter didn't go on. You know, when an application to amend a grant of appeal is filed, then and the grant of you allow them, if it's granted by the court, you amend the grant of appeal, they will now file a fresh appellate brief. When they file a fresh appellate brief, you can now respond to what they filed, they will now file a reply. Of course, you know, Supreme Court is not a court that has all the time on air to determine your matters. It's a court that gives longer dates. So what actually they are trying to do is that by filing these processes, the date will be given probably by next year to hear this appeal. But yesterday was the end of the game. Because yesterday when we got to court, they mentioned all the applications, the frivolous application they filed, including the motion for amendment of grants of appeal, and also the motion for amendment for extension of time to allow them come in. Now, the SAN said no, we are not objecting this time around. Because we understand their game. Their game is for us to object. The Supreme Court will act of anger probably say, okay, come back on November this year, or come back on January next year, or March next year, for us to argue this application. There's no objecting. That what we are interested actually is for that to go on. Let's hear the case of the merit and let's be determined speedily so that the fate of our client, Nnamdi Kanu, will be determined by the court. And court also comes for us. Yesterday, the application for them to amend was granted. The grounds of appeal was granted. Now the court proceeded to give them timeline. We didn't wish to file their appellate brief and serve on us. And in this case, 5 days. The court gave them from yesterday to Wednesday morning to serve us. And from Wednesday morning, we have from Wednesday morning to Friday, Monday morning to serve them. We are coming back to court on Thursday to argue the appeal. So because what they wanted to achieve is when we are in court, they say, well, make sure the court now will have an application to amend our grants of appeal and also amend our extension of time for us to come in. And court will say, because we don't have the luxury of time to allow parties to be coming every day. No. So they will now court will say, okay, we don't have the day this year. You can come back on January. But that doesn't work out for them. Then now we're going back to court on Thursday, 11th of May, 2023, to argue the appeal on the merit. Now, let me just clarify further. What has been making the headline in Nigerian media is that federal government filed additional grants, 9 grants of appeal against the leader of the people of Biafra. These are application in substance that's frivolous, means nothing to us. Why? Because what they are actually asking the court to elongate, the grounds they are expanding, is already contained in their appellate, in their 5 grounds of appeal, 5 motions challenge. It's contained there. These facts are contained in the original grounds of appeal they filed. They are the essence of what I do. What they want to achieve is to delay the proceeding, nothing more. Just to lift one sentence and say it's a grant of appeal, lift another sentence, the grant of appeal. So they will stand just like what happened in 2021 when Nnamdi Kanu was abducted in Kenya and brought to Nigeria. From 5 count charge, they expanded it to 7 count charge. From there to 10. From 10 to 15, and it's all over, all over Nigerian media. That the federal government has 5 amended 15 count charge against Nnamdi Kanu. We want to escape this one. So the essence of it is to cause media hype. So people will think they are doing something useful, or that they are serious about the matter. They are not serious about the matter. At the end of the day, we challenge the charge, and it was struck out. We go to one court of appeal, and the next one was also thrown away. So that will tell you they have nothing before the court against him. So it's not for us to make this clarification. So people think that there's anything serious about what they're saying. There's nothing serious about what they're saying. What they're telling what they want to amend is already before the court. We have it without us. They've argued this point in their original appellate brief they filed last year. We have it. We've argued it. I've explained it to them. So they're merely expanding it So people will now say, oh, they have 100 million, 100 grants of appeal against Nnamdi Kanu, and that probably will not come out on this one. This one is more, Nigerian mentality, and probably from this informed elements who are following, who are being misled by their wrongs and misleading information. So it's better for us to clarify and tell our people that there's nothing, there's no problem, there's nothing to worry about. We're in perfect control, and also God is in control. So what they are trying to do in court, we are 10 steps ahead of them. We have already taken care of that. So let them come to court. Thank God that they have been now given time. They can't escape it. They are coming to court on the 11th. Let us go there and appeal on the merit. Simple. So thank you. If they ask me further questions, I maybe have to give you further explanation. Thank you so much. Or if you don't, if there's any area I think it's not clear, I didn't make it clear to people to understand, I can also clarify because I'm talking to our people.
Ndewo Mazi, Barrister Ejiafo, for your clarifications and briefing. One thing you talked about this, another, is it 11 ground or count ground for counts, other counts, 11 counts, and you have clarified it that it is not something new. What they are trying to do is media hyping, so that our leader will be condemned by the public. It's just like media trial now. But you've clarified it because that is what is going on the social media right now. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but thank God that you've clarified it. But now there is something that I want to ask also. You made mention of appeal or by the prosecution, and sometimes they don't inform you, the defending lawyers. They don't serve you any paper. What is that? What are the legalities concerning this? Is it legal for maybe the prosecution to do something, file a charge or another application, whereas they don't inform the defending lawyers? Is it legal under the Nigerian law or Nigerian constitution, please?
Thank you so much, Mr. Jonathan. Let me just take it calm so people understand. First of all, let me correct you. Use the word expression count and the charge. There's no new count charge. There's no new charge against NK, against Nnamdi Kanu before the court. What they are amending is their grounds of appeal, which is just like somebody who is challenging the decision of the court. He's telling the court, the upper court or higher court, and challenging this decision on ground X, Y, Z, probably error in law and facts. And those grounds are just maybe issues of law and issues of fact. These are facts. So it's not charge, it's not count. So I have given you a clear detail here. See, look at what happened in court yesterday. What the legislature was trying to explain to the court yesterday. From the day one of this case, starting from the lower court before the federal high court, before the Nyako's court, federal government has not been forthcoming. They have not been diligent in the prosecution of this case. What they wanted to achieve at every given point in time is for them to keep Nnamdi Kanu in detention. That's all. Now I will explain. When we are in federal high court, it has happened up to 5 good times. They will amend the charge. The matter will be done for hearing or trial. Then, obviously, in view of the fact, in view of the frivolous nature of the charge and post-screening nature of the charge, we usually challenge them. Then a date will be fixed for hearing of the charge application, challenging the charge. A day before that day, most times in the night, around 5, 6 o'clock, they will serve us amended charge. And as soon as they serve us those amended charge, they will make it available to the media before they court tomorrow. So by the time before you wake up in the morning, it's already being reported in the media. Government has filed additional 7-count charge against Nnamdi Kanu. So it will not send fears to people. Are you with me? So it will not send fears to people that look, hey, and they can't go face something, 10 count charge, something count charge. So it has been the practice. Or when we file an application, like when we file an application challenging the competence of the staff, they will not respond. They will not respond most times. They will respond the day before the schedule for the hearing of the application. They will file their counter. And the essence of doing that is to truncate the proceedings of the court on the day schedule for the hearing. Truncating the proceedings of the court means to stopify, and that's to stop the matter from going on. Because when you serve us with a response to application we file to get a process strike out, we are entitled to respond to that application to that response by way of reply. Now, and it's the law. We have to reply. Because if we don't reply, the next is we are waiving our right to reply. And it will assume that new issues you raise in the application, your response, have been considered by us, have been waived by us, and admitted by us. So we are under an obligation to react by way of reply to your response application. So the usual serve us this stuff around a day before the schedule for the hearing. And that was also called ambush. It has been their style. I give you an example now. Tell me what will cost a federal government, what will be responsible for a lawyer. A lawyer in a federal government, in a federal office, to file a process before the Supreme Court on the 5th day of December 2022. You file a process as important as responded brief before the Supreme Court. And not, you didn't stop at that. You enter into an undertaking. You know what I mean by undertaking? Written undertaking before the decision of the court. That I hereby undertake to serve this process on the respondent counsel. You know, if you don't sign that undertaking, they won't give you those process. So you have to enter as a lawyer, and you are signed as a lawyer because they can't give those process a non-lawyer to sign to enter on the thing to sign. No, you must be allowed to enter into undertaking before the decision of the Supreme Court, before they allow you to go and serve a process. Now you file a process on the 5th of December. Very important process as appellate brief, which you are challenging, upon which you have already filed application to get that appeal dismissed. You file this process on the 5th of December. And you read it from us. After entering into undertaking, before the reach of the Supreme Court to serve us, they will serve us. Till yesterday, they've not served that process.
Mazi, before you continue, let me put it here as a question. Is there any legal backing for this type of ambush? Is there no law maintaining that there should be a frame of time? Instead of waiting for maybe less than 24 hours and to start doing all this.
This was exactly what I discussed with some we discussed yesterday. There's a law regulating this proceeding. We call it Fast Track Rules 2013 or Supreme Court Fast Track Rules 2013. It's the right time within which to, because this appeal is so that can be heard speedily. It's appeal classified under this rule that among the appeal that can be heard day to day by the court, by the court. So, and there's a time within which to file this response, this application, the processes being conducted, being had under this proceeding. You are allowed to file this appellate brief. Later, 10 days after you compile records and serve on the parties. They didn't file. Now, it's being done without consequences. Ordinarily, if you ask for cost, like yesterday, we told the Supreme Court this matter has been in Supreme Court since October. They were shocked. We made it was said in open court by legislation that this appeal has been in this court since October. And they know the nature of the appeal. And they were concerned about the delay. And when it has to do with liberty of a citizen, and when it has to do with the threatening health condition of Nnamdi. So these are things they consider because it's also by now, should have been had by now. So, and fortunate to which they give us this short day, 2 weeks from yesterday, to come back and argue the appeal. We understand that, when you are battling with the system, it's an establishment we're fighting against. It's the government of the state. So, that's what I do, whatever they want. If the government is not involved, I don't believe that a lawyer, an independent matter can be conducted in that manner. You will come to a Supreme Court and file an application and enter into an undertaking to serve same on the parties and went away with it without serving us. Without serving us the processes. Then you can come to that court, back to that court to talk to the court. It's act of misconduct. Professional misconduct on the part of the lawyer. It's just act of misconduct. for a lawyer to ambush another. It's an act of misconduct. So, however, because you know, these are traps. What I want to tell the Biafrans this time that these are traps they set for us, and traps to ensure that there is a delay in this case. And when you understand this trap, you have to be careful and circumspect. Circumspect is saying that you have to align yourself with a position that will allow the appeal to go on quickly. But if you want to challenge every of the steps, irregular steps they've taken so far, since this appeal was filed, that means this appeal may not even be had this year. And who is suffering is a client. So we have to align ourselves, our position with a process that allows the appeal to go on swiftly. So, but not without mentioning this irregularity before the court yesterday. It was clearly marshaled out by the legislature as to how they transmit record as some of the practice of 2nd of November 2022, and they didn't file processes appellate within time. They file and hit from us. Now they file a vote to amend their grants of appeal. They file it since February 16th, 16th February 2023. The reserve was on the 2nd of March. So what they are trying to do is just strategies to buy time. So this man will be there. They want to keep him there. And when this appeal is not had, it's not going anywhere. So but luckily God intervened yesterday. It was a very, very wonderful outing. Because God saw with us that, look, there is actually a plan to delay this proceeding. They are doing it because they know that Supreme Court has no luxury of time to entertain cases. Because the docket is full. So, but after explaining to the court about the nature of the case, of course, is statutory. And the conduct of the prosecution in this case, of the appellate in this case. The court has to give us a shadow to hear the matter. Even the cross appeal I mentioned here, we cross appeal on some issues of law, which that has with the show of appeal. And they didn't respond till also late this year they responded. They will file our response, our reply immediately. So that one has been settled. It was also mentioned to the Supreme Court yesterday that our cross appeal has been settled because we filed the responded and we file our appeal, our reply. So it's adjourned till 11th of May. Once the second appeal is had, we can cover appeal can be taken together because they have the same appeal number. So now that it's not penalty, that's penalty. Most cases, court will sanction you. Court will ask you to pay tax, to pay fine, right? And in some cases, you will be referred to NBA. So there are penalty and consequences for this kind of actions. But you know, when you are doing a case against establishment, which obviously have control over all other sectors, so you have to be up and in. You must be circumspect. You must be careful and know when to act and when not to act, and know when step or decision to take at any given time. Thank you.
The Mazi, Barrister Jofo. And before I dive into another aspect, I want you to please clarify again. The court judgment, appeal court judgment received on the 13th day of October 2022, discharging our leader that he should not only that he should not stand any trial in any Nigerian court. Okay. Yes. Today the case is being taken up, applications on Supreme Court, which is the apex court in Nigeria, normally. Now, what I want to ask is this. Is there any law compelling that appeal court judgment should be respected first before any other Supreme Court or any other appeal or any other case? Is there or is it constitutional? It doesn't matter that it is against the establishment, but the establishment normally in a democracy, in a republic, the establishment must go through the rule of law. That is it. That is how it is all over the world. But what I'm asking is the Constitution. Does the Constitution allow somebody discharged by the appeal court, no matter the Supreme Court application or charges or anything again? Does the Constitution allow the person to continue being detained, or according to we talk to Biafrans, talk to the whole world according to the Nigerian Constitution, not according to how the establishments wants to do their thing? No. Is there does the Constitution mandate that court ruling should be obeyed first, or is there any way the Constitution allows the defendant to still be held pending the outcome of the Supreme Court issue? Please clarify that, please.
Let me just explain this to you. You know, when I was doing the introductory part of this discussion, I expressed concerns about the fact that there are what are obtainable in the criminal jurisprudence and what are not obtainable in civil jurisprudence. And most times, what's obtainable in civil jurisprudence is not what's applicable to criminal jurisprudence. As a matter of fact, what we're talking about is an appeal. It's a criminal matter, criminal appeal. The judgment of the court of appeal delivered on 13th of October 2022 is very clear in terms and unequivocal. And the law is that you must obey this judgment of the court of appeal and consequential orders made therein. And there's no even under the party's direction of court of appeal, or court of appeal party's direction, or under the court of criminal appeal under the court of appeals, does not allow for stay of execution of criminal appeal of criminal judgment, payment on criminal matters. Doesn't allow it. Now these are issues we can pass before the court of appeal. But now let me just explain this. Confidently or procedurally, a party have the right to challenge a decision made by lower court before the upper court, higher court, by way of appealing against that decision, and by extension, applying for stay of execution. It's allowed under the civil appeal. Our contention is that this kind of decision is not allowed, but there's no rules that make provision for it under the civil appeal, under the criminal appeal. All the contended before the criminal appeal. So, ordinarily, there's no rule that allow you to stay the liberty of a citizen. It's not hard, and it is more so that all the judgment of the court or the law or the Supreme Court relied upon in moving the court of appeal to stay the execution are all civil cases. They are not criminal matters. All the judgment decided before the court of appeal in granting that an application for stay are all civil cases, they are not criminal matters. So you see, these are irregularities we challenge in our motion to dispute the appeal, to dispute the other stay execution on our appeal. So there is no. So I don't want to delve much into the merits, into the substance of this issue, because of course it's matter before the court of appeal and Supreme Court. And as I speak now, of course everybody, including the DSS, the police, the military, the civil defense, the man of war, the public, everybody's listening to me as I speak to you in the court. So there are issues I may not delve into, but I have to kind of make a highlight as to what I want to understand. The fact that these are not done is not allowed under the law. I will have a file appeal against what they did in court of appeal by staying in the execution of judgment of court of appeal. That's the only option available to us. We can't fight them. And the appeal is before the Supreme Court. Now, the own appeal is now for hearing. And yesterday, the court made reference to the appeal. I said the appeal also will go along with the appeal, which is going to be held on the 11th of May. So let me don't go deep into, because argument I'm going to prefer this evening will be part of argument that will be canvassed in court on the 11th of May, in moving the court to first of all displace the other and also allow our second appeal on that, and also in moving the court to dispute their own appeal. So I wouldn't want to canvass it extensively in this program because of the fact that all of them are listening to me. Because once you mention Ejiofor is coming to address the media, they will start talking about Ejiofor, they will start talking about the court. They have to suspend everything they have to do to listen to me. It happened yesterday when I was giving an award somewhere. I was delivering a speech. And some people say I will not, some people posted for against it at the end of that, deliver the speech. So let me not go into that. So the point is that, let me not go into for May 11th, 2023, but I can assure Biafrans that God is on the throne. And God being so kind, God being with us, we are going to appeal, we are going to get this appeal dismissed. God be on our side, because Nnamdi has not committed no offense to the law, and has been discharged by court, by order and judgment of court, superior court. So we are doing everything humanly possible within the limits of law and within the confines of law to give him the best separation. Thankfully, we have an erudite advocate of Nigeria, almost nobody who is leading us in this case. So to be assured that God we perform wonders in Supreme Court. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, finally, before you go, I want you to talk about the health of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is your client and our Onyendu, our leader, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. We have heard many things, about tuberculosis outbreak in the where he's been illegally detained. Please start by telling us, when last did you see him, and how is all this his health? Please, people are listening. Please go on.
I was with him yesterday after the proceeding before the court. We spent some time together, and he was recently diagnosed of tinnitus, the ear issue. So I know the DSS medical department does not have the advanced medical equipment to address it. It's still on medication. And heartburn, of course, I've made it to the point that we having heartburn. And also depletion in potassium content. So these are issues he's having. But he still is strong in spirit. I'm saying strong in spirit that there must be light at the end of the day, at the end of the tunnel. So, but he's not good health-wise. I've been saying it time with that number because I own the word explanation and a duty, an obligation to tell them whatever my findings will be each time I visit him. So, and I don't come to the media to regret. I don't come to the world to tell the world what's not the truth. So I will tell you when it's better and when it's not better. But yesterday I was with him to brief him on what happened in court. So we had an extensive discussion on the matter before the court and what was expecting to happen on May 11th. It was an level of preparedness too. So, and what we're expecting to do by next week when they start the relevant processes. So, and also we discussed about his health too. So he said he's still on medication about the tinnitus, most undergo surgery. So these are the complaint he led to me yesterday. So, and I better also that I made it known to the world by this platform. So that's all. So that we saw him strong in spirit tenaciously, and we believe in God that the God will do His will. And I'm praying for him to be alive. He will come out there alive and strong. So God is with us. God is with him. Thank you.
There were. Thank you very much, Barrister Ejiofor, for this update. I don't know whether you have anything. You still have anything to say as your parting shot on this program? Because many people are really worried about our leaders' health. So please go on if you have anything to say.
The only thing I can tell their fans is to be strong, remain focused. They should not be distracted because a lot are going on. Of course, what I want to also repeat at this point in time is that many people, when you see this kind of thing going on, you see a lot of people who are working against the interest of Nnamdi Kanu, either by actions or by deeds or by conduct. So, but let them remain focused and also obey the instruction from the central body. So that's where I can tell them, possibly not to be distracted because a lot are going on. Of course, you can know. I want to appreciate that we have changed our strategy. It's something that informed it because I discovered that there's a lot of things are not working properly the way it's supposed to work. And once you're able to identify your enemies, you have to treat them as such and place them where they belong and make sure that you work hard and progress. So what I'm telling our people is to remain focused, be prayerful, be abide. These are things you usually tell me. Remain be peaceful in their conduct. That at the end of the day, the truth will prevail and we'll be freed. And God will make it happen sooner than expected. Thank you so much and God bless you all.
The War Barrister Ejiofor, thank you very much, our erudite lead counsel. We understand that you are at the front line, bearing the brunt of everything. But we must continue.
Thank you so much, and God bless.
The War, thank you very much. I think this is where I'm going to leave you. Thank you. Thank you. This is where I'm going to leave you.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. God bless you. God bless everybody. I appreciate you. Thank you for having me in your program.
Thank you.
God bless. God bless Biafra.
There war. And you too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
There war.
Bye-bye, my brother.
Thank you. This is where I'm going to let go. Biafrans, you have listened, so every other thing we continue pushing on, because this is a process. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan, from here, it is simply good evening.
Now, I want you to talk briefly about how the media and how scholarships can be used as a tool for neocolonialism. Okay. The media.
Ogini can get to go solo. Asim no ga karaka elo ibu mmụọ ka mmụọ ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka elu. Mmụọ niile nnejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka elu. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Mmụọ niile nnejere ozi asị m unu binye elu. Tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra. Asị m n'ọnwụ unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme ime ọsị m nọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa ọsọ unu binye enu n'oge akara aka elu mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị na-ebe asị gị binye eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị gị binye eze nwaanyị amambara asị gị binye eze nwaanyị osimiri nji aba asị gị binye eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị gị binye eze nwaanyị ọgba asị gị binye eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị gị binye oke arụsị na n'ike ojuru nwaanyị aga anị asị gị binye n'oge akara aka elu igirigi ọgụ mmụọ asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka elu asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike ọya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi ọhamadike bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ya bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya asị m unu binye n'isi ya ihe ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike napụta ya na eke napụta ya na orie napụta ya na afọ napụta ya na nkwọ asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Maazị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-anapụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke napụta ya na orie napụta ya na afọ napụta ya na nkwọ asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya tụgharịa kwụ mma ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lachaa Chukwu okike abịa ama onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe oke ga-eketara ya ndụ oke ga-eketara ya Biafra oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụra ọkwa na ekwe osu asị m gịnị bụ ekwensu asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma asị m ọbịa igbu Nnamdi Kanu gbuo onwe ya onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri ọnụ niile kọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lachaa osisi abụla otoro ga-emeche wee kwele onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu aga apụta asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya dịka ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu aka asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ osisi ahụ fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe asị m ikuku futuo gị anya ọbụla fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla asị m alịla akọrọ ya n'anya onye fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m na belede nyiri dike belede ka o ji amawa dike asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dadị ukwu ose enu na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri ojudo jiri ojudo enyi ozu na ọkwado nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama afụ ya anya asị m na eje anaba isi ije asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwa asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụrụ eje nkụ asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na-efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo n'ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a ọkwa na unu ga-aga bụori ya ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dododo igirigi ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebube ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama
ise good morning, good afternoon, good evening and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is the 26th day of April 2023. I'm very sorry for coming late. I think almost 1 hour late or later than usual, which is my fault. I apologize. But we must continue because today we are live and direct. Tata bụ ụbọchị ọgụ ụbọchị na isii n'ọnwa nke nọ n'afọ 2023. Tata bụ ụbọchị eke for you to understand that we are here live and direct. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, even your enemies onto this hallowed platform. You can put your enmity at bay and invite people to listen to this hallowed platform that is instituted in order to preach the gospel of emancipation, the gospel of freedom, the gospel of liberty. Because life without freedom is meaningless. You can be anything you want. You can be very rich, you can be, but without liberty, without freedom, it means nothing. Therefore, as Mazi said, which I am who I am, which also today, that quotation, that freedom is more important than life. I agree totally with that statement. Because once you are not free, as we are not as Biafrans in that zoo called Nigeria, you can hustle and make your money, build up your life, Everything will go up into we just vanish in a twinkle of an eye. They will burn it down. They will kill you. They will destroy it in a twinkle of an eye. I could remember, I think, 2020, when one Igbo man's motel or hotel, something Alfa Romeo or something like that, was brought down in a broad daylight. The building with the whole materials equipment was brought down with a caterpillar in Abuja. That's it. And he was crying that, oh, you need justice. You get justice in Nigeria because you're a slave. You are a slave. You see many of all these people that are boasting, I get this, under one order from one Almajiri that doesn't know how to write his or her name. All that you have struggled for in all your life will be swept away, will vanish. That is what it means. That is what it is to be living under slavery, living the life of a slave. They will allow you make your money, make your now. Anytime they want, they vanish it. You cannot talk. If you talk, they kill you because you're a slave. We are fighting for freedom first because this awareness started by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, must continue. Therefore, today, do not forget that we are on our Twitter and phone call campaign, worldwide phone call and Twitter campaign, please. As we know, if 10 million Biafrans call, if an institution, United Nations, the White House, or Britain, European Union, African Union, if each and every one of them receive 10 million calls demanding the same thing, Russia also, China, if they receive 10 million calls from individuals, all are talking about the same thing, demanding the same thing, do you know what it will achieve? You know, this freedom fighting we are engaging, it is a freedom fighting or type of freedom fighting never seen before. We use every tool available to our disposal or at our disposal in order to fight for our freedom. Therefore, please make sure that you've called. Not even once. You can call as many times as you could. As many times as you could. It is allowed. Making the same demand. That is why it is being written. Synchronized. That synchronized demand from every Biafran. It is very, very important. That synchronization or synchronized demand, it is very, very important, please. So that you have to call. As you are calling, another Biafran is calling every day. Another person is calling the same thing. Now, it will yield a very positive result. Also tweeting also. Therefore, we must continue. Before I continue, as we are late, I will bring in Mazi Ezekulie, who is with me here, in order to please introduce yourself before we go on, because we must continue. Mazi, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi. Mbedoma.
Udo Drege.
Good evening, fellow Biafrans. All lovers of freedom. This evening, we are here again to make some good revelations, things you never hear before, so that you keep your mind and soul together to know that we needed to have freedom. because something has happened to us, great thing has happened to us as a people, and nobody cares. Some of the elders have forgotten, some of them have died, and nobody is to tell the younger one what really happened. How do we come here? What brought us here where we are? This evening, as Elohim will have it, I will make some effort to make some revelations so that you will know certain things you never know. You may not know, because the creator that created Biafrans knows why he kept me alive today. I never knew why he kept me certain place to be able to appear this time around, to be able to tell the people certain story, certain things they never know. How we come about where we are now. So please, fellow Biafrans, open your ear, come closer. You will learn one or two things this evening. Forgive me if I don't speak Queen's English, because I am not a British man and I'm not an English man. I'm a typical Igbo man. I speak my mother tongue much too well. But for the fact that we have adopted this particular satanic language that is ruling the world, let us see how far we can also manipulate it to get our freedom also. So thank you, fellow Biafran. Stay around and listen this evening. Thank you, Mazi.
Ndewo, Mazi. For us to continue a starting point, because I wanted to preach or do a submission titled National Identity, but I don't think it's going to be today. It's not going to be today, because I need to preach that gospel honestly. National identity. You know, they tell you NIN, N-I-N, National Identification Number. For people, for many of us, or many Nigerians, or most Nigerians don't understand what national identity really means or signifies. And that is why I'm going to defy it to another day, maybe tomorrow or next. That is it. Because Mazi just said, something happened to us. You know the way scientists used to modify vegetables, the chromosomes of vegetables, the genes of vegetables, and they modify it the way they want. If it is, for example, a melon that doesn't bring up the fruit is not big, it becomes very big. Genetically modified foods, that is what happened to us. They modified our nomenclature. They modified our genes. They try to create us the way they want us to be. That is the problem we are having today. Biafrans in particular, Black Africans in general. That is the situation. We must understand what this national identity is. They impose on us an identity. Britain imposed on us a foreign identity to us. And we are fighting to live like the identity they put us into. It is highly absurd. Our leader, what I am trying to say here is to reiterate what our leader has been preaching. A foreigner came from far land, thousands of kilometers, and came and gathered and said, you, from today you are all Nigerians. And you see people, human beings, gallivanting and accepting that artificial imposition, it is an insult to our humanness. It's a very big insult. When you calm down without sentiment and check all these things, reason it, think about it critically, I'm telling you, you see that they push us, they made us half human, subhuman. I'm telling you honestly. They impose something that is foreign on us. And here we are, people are defending it without shame. It is very sad. As Mazi said, that is why you see a Biafran, we want nothing. You see our women today it's an epitome of what they call wrong girls. Ashawo. Holy people. Holy. My father, he used to tell me, say, do you know before the war? And the Mazi here can confirm it. That onye ugwu mesara nwanyi Igbo aka. Chito ya maybe ha na-aga n'ụzọ ya try ya akọ, touch to nwanyi Igbo ada Igbo. Ada Biafra. Chineke ekwena ihe, that shirt he will not wash it again. All were na-enye testimony. Ịmakwa yo metụrụ ndị aka. Today they have changed us. Nigeria imposition. Nigerian identity they have used Nigerian identity to change us into what they want us to be. Even when they look at in their movies, any place, for example, the action of Rongel, they will name Igbo name Amaka. What is your name? Amaka, Ifoma. You don't know that all these things means a lot. They are bringing us down to the lowest point. That is the reality. Mazi, I agree with you. This is what we are trying to reverse. I say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came and picked the remnants of us, our remnants. Now, Totokoya, so that you can join it together and we go back to who we used to be. I don't know how foreigners will impose an identity onto us. And people are defending it. They impose everything on us. It is not that, I used to say it, had it been that Britain is still living, British people are on ground like in South Africa, it would have been more palatable, I'm telling you. It would have been more better, at least it would have been more palatable because, at least they would be there feeling the sun, the rain, everything. At least. We know that, who are these people that did they say, look at them, they are with us here. Just like in South Africa. It would have been more palatable. But these people came and created the chaos. Try to change our nomenclature. And went back, and from far they are controlling us, controlling the imposition. I listened to what that midget, the former British High Commissioner, what he was saying, praising Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it. That Nigeria is their toy. Praising Nigeria, democracy, the largest democracy, no matter the shortcomings, but they are going there. They have to praise you because they are trying to create something, an identity, which is foreign to us. That is what we are suffering. I'm telling you. I will preach this gospel, but it will be another day. The submission, national identity. Therefore, let me just read this news headline before bringing Mazi into the conversation. I think it's today's news. Yes, 26th April 2023. Terrorists abduct 29 residents in Nigeria capital city, Abuja, in mass midnight attack. Are you seeing it? What is going on? Terrorists in Abuja. This is not the first. This is not the second. It has been ongoing, but it's not receiving the type of media brouhaha noise that it should. All that matters to people they are talking about is insecurity in the southeast. Oh, IPOB. Oh, this and that. Insecurity in the southeast. It is very highly absurd that in the capital city, terrorists are walking, are kidnapping people, killing people in the Nigeria capital city of Abuja. And people are walking as if everything is normal. You know, I used to call Nigerians dead body. Stone dead. They are stone dead. There is nothing you can do to revive them. As long as he never suffer as a victim, direct. And the worst part of it is that when the thing happens to him, he might not live to tell the story or to learn. Nigerians are zombies, dead bodies. I will never forget that Yoruba woman, I think it was either 2020 or 2021, that was kidnapped, that he lives in Canada with the family. They just came to Nigeria. They were kidnapped. She, her daughter, and her husband. And she was raped together with her daughter in the presence of her husband. When she was finally released, the woman he cannot express what happened to her. But there is something she said, because he gave a conference in Canada when she went back to Canada. He said the worst part is that Nigerians, they don't understand what is going on in Nigeria. They are zombies. When you see Nigerians in Nigeria, they are just zombies moving around. And that is true. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been shouting. And will continue it. Nigerians are not politically conscious. They are not conscious of what happens in their environment. They are just seeing just that perimeter they are. That is what has been imposed on them. You understand? A country without electricity, central electricity. Now it is voluntary. That is British manipulations and creation. They are trying to create a type of human being that will be pliable, that will be a zombie. You know, in the Nigeria case, that is the experiment they are, Nigerian experiment. I have been saying it here and I'll continue repeating it. Britain tried to create the same thing in Asia. Britain, United Kingdom. They colonized India. They created an Asian zoo, very giant zoo. They called India. But India proved to them that they are human beings. First of all, let me ask you, and let me tell you, Indians never accepted the European Christianity. That is a known fact. It's a known fact. For people that will come to talk otherwise that, oh, this is Christianity brought us this. Now you ask, what did Christianity bring to India? India was colonized by Britain. But very smartly, they rejected British religion, European religion. They rejected it. And today they are progressing more than that zoo in Africa. Can you explain that? No, you can't. They continued in their way of life, in their natural values. Hinduism. Do you understand that? And they never worship a white man idol. That is their savior. No, they don't do it. They don't do it. That is why today India is great. Because they said no, though they were colonized. They took things that they could learn, the new things that they could learn from England, and jettison others that are not necessary for them. You understand me? The same thing happened in Japan. Although Japan was not colonized by Britain, but they tried, the Europeans tried to do that. Japan forced them to stand still. and refused their religion, European religion. They refused it in total. Any Japanese that time, that 16th, 17th century, that tried to accept Christianity, they not only killing him, they killed the person and burned the whole family. They killed the whole family members. You might be hearing it and say, no, this is too much. No, the resultant effect is what you are seeing today in Japan. Progress. Do you understand that? Progress is what you are seeing today in Japan. They worked for it. They refused to accept what for the manipulation of foreigners. But in our own, everything was accepted in total. To the extent today, you see people defending Nigeria, people defending European religion, people defend, that it is the only way. When you look at it, you say, Chineke, Biafra is our religion. It remains our religion. Do you understand me? Do you know that? Do you know why Fulani is on top? Let me tell you. One of the main reasons they are favored by Britain, because they rejected European religion. Do you understand that? let me say it again. Fulani today, they are on top. Britain gave them the hegemony. Yes, that is true. One of the main reasons is because Fulani rejected European religion, saying, no, we cannot accept, leave us. We cannot accept this religion. And they maintained the Arabic religion. They have been there for many years, many centuries, if not millennium. You understand? But you that answer fire, when they say jump up, you jump, you say how high? You start wearing tie in for 40 degrees Celsius heat, just for you to resemble your slave masters. Where are you today? Where is your position? It's a question, a rhetorical question that you need to answer by yourself, by thinking deeply. So, after all, the Europeans, they respect when you fight them to stand still. The garbage they bring, you say no. You learn, no tradition is perfect. It pains me a lot when people will be coming out to talk about, our tradition was doing bad, this was doing, and they are bringing up things that even propaganda that was used against our tradition. Let me tell you, whether it's true or false, that during the olden days, people did this, kill human beings. Let me tell you, go and study the European, civilization or tradition, ancient tradition, how they behaved. Europeans, they were cannibals. They ate. Do you know Germans kill children? Thousands of children. You know that? In order to rid themselves of those type of children. Do you know that? No, you don't know. But you never hear Europeans come and start saying, no, our tradition. No tradition is perfect. Tradition is, you learn. You learn from this tradition, take something good from it, and say, human beings evolve with evolution, continuous evolution. Human beings evolve. There are things you were doing as a people, but because you never meet with other traditions or other cultures, you thought that it is the best. But when you meet other cultures, you will see how stupid that action is. And now you come back, you say, look, let us get rid of this. The same way others learn from you. So it pains me a lot when people start talking about how they were killing to. Who tell you that? That is lie from the pit of hell. People that are spreading this propaganda, they killed millions of people all over the world. But when talking about they don't talk about it. They hide it. And they respect their ancestors. But you see brainwashed people. When our brainwashed brothers, when you see them, hear them talking, you will bow. You say, my God, what is this? This is the product Britain wants. You understand me? But India, first of all, rejected British tradition. They rejected it. Number one, before independence, they reshuffled themselves. They didn't want to be what the Europeans wanted them to be. They said, no, this thing you call India, we are Indians, yes, but it is not your definition of us. Who is an Indian? They, by themselves, they defined India. And that definition, it is not a small thing, it cost death. No revolution comes with a joy. Let me tell you. Every revolution, all revolutions comes with blood. Do you understand that? If you want to be at peace all the years of your life as a people, prepare to remain slaves. Prepare to remain slaves all the year of your life. All your generations. Prepare to remain slaves. But if you want to change things, changing of things, it doesn't, look at even a child, a baby that is born without teeth. As time goes on, within some months, you start growing teeth. Is it a funny thing? Is it funny to him? It pains him because he's trying to adapt, trying to evolve into complete human. If a baby stays right from day one, the 1 year without growing a teeth, and the baby is happy, he's always joyful, happy, he's not sick, but no teeth. How will you call it? Is it not a defect? Are you not going to start being worried as a parent and say, no, this baby is not developing? But they will tell you, but he's happy, he's eating, he's okay. But say, but no teeth. It's not normal. They will tell you, but teeth comes with pain. You say, no, that pain is normal thing. But the baby needs to grow teeth. It doesn't matter how painful. No problem. He's going to be sick. No problem. Do you see? That is how revolutions occur. In order to change the status quo, there must be pain. Pain will be there. Pain. Go and study the French Revolution. Go and study the European Revolution, the era of awakening. Study it, not reading it. Study them very well. You will understand what I'm saying. Because when you want to live in peace, always in peace as a people, you become the victim of that peace. And that is what we are meant to be in Nigeria. Always we are lamenting. Because we are the victims of the peace. We are the sacrificial lambs to that peace. That is what Nnamdi he did it on us. And we are now saying no to this, to being sacrificial lambs in Nigeria. In Nigeria setting. That foreign imposition. Terrorists abduct 29 residents in the Nigeria capital city, Abuja, in mass midnight attack. They are taking over everywhere. Terrorists. These are Fulani terrorists. Do you understand? How do you think that 29, maybe when they say 29, add another 0, 290, maybe. Because this is the official version. Official version. How can 29 people be abducted in a capital city and you tell me that everything is okay? You are telling me that all is okay. You are living in your safe zone and saying that no, Dodi, here no problem. No, here no Dodi. Because you are demented. I'm telling you honestly. You are demented. Terrorists, Fulani terrorists are on the rampage. Because they have seen that Nigerians are zombies. They have tested many things and saw that no reaction. So they are in charge. They are in charge. The idea they are using, the Nigeria setting, I've been saying this, that the hatred of Igbos is the black spot with which the Fulani Caliphate is using in order to conquer every other indigenous population in Nigeria. This thing now, when they talk, people talk about it, terrorists are in Abuja. They'll tell you, no, it's in the south, it's in the southeast. Is Biafra IPOB is in the southeast, please. Don't worry about Abuja, even if all of you are slaughtered, no problem. But to focus your attention on Biafra, Biafra people. Do you want them to go? Do you want them? Everybody will say, oh, as long as it is Biafra. I beg, we don't want them. Let us be slaughtered here in Abuja, no problem. But Biafra, we will counter you. That is what the caliphate has successfully done in the mindset of Nigerians. I'm telling you. So it's very sad. But we must continue. Now, another news headline. Ex-Ohaneze Ndigbo National Publicity Secretary, Ibebu, calls for extension of Buhari's administration. It doesn't matter any guys. He's an Igbo man. Ex-Ohaneze Ndigbo National Publicity Secretary. Today you have Iwanya was the very grand saboteur working against our interest. And one time, if Ike Nwachukwu is still alive, you will see he will become Ohaneze Ndigbo chieftain. He will become one day. He will become the chairman of Ohaneze Ndigbo. Ike Nwachukwu. These are people that are imposed on us. Since after the war, we are no more. These are the weapons they use in order to change our nomenclature. You understand? So that we start seeing sabotage, Igbo sabotage, as a means of livelihood. No ebano. You understand? So, Mazi, please, I would like you to come in here. How do you, when you see this type of thing, Ex-Ohaneze Ndigbo National Publicity Secretary calling for extension of Buhari's administration, and you see, you know, Nigerian politicians of Igbo extraction, you see that all the India cannot understand. None is there to defend our collective interests. Please, I want to ask you. You saw the war. You were there before the war. You saw the then Nigeria. How do you see the politicians then and now? Please, can you make comparison now about what you are seeing now? Please, Mazi, go on, please.
Mazi, thank you. Fellow Biafrans, I wish all of you would be listening, those who are capable of listening this evening, because I know not all of you will be listening. Great things happen to us. Every day, I keep walking on the road. I keep thinking, cracking my brain. Why did we end up this way? From 1959, when I started knowing something about politics, till 1960, we celebrated independence, and then going on and on before I begin to look into the politics in general, because as a teenager, let me put it that way, as a teenager, I was not all that into politics. I was kind of not all that conscious of politics. But one thing that baffles me was election of 1963. That election was a great awakening to me. I was in the front of our house in Itui Korofyong. I saw about 300 or 400 people with palm leaf in their hand. They were singing in group, campaigning for Awolowo, not Zik. They were campaigning for Awolowo, not Zik. Great Zik of Africa, the so-called Zik of Africa. Those who call him Zik of Africa made a serious mistake. Because if you call him Zik of Africa, what do you call Nkrumah? What do you call Julius Nyerere? What do you call Jomo Kenyatta? What do you call the man that formed the OAU? Haile Selassie of Ethiopia. Yes, Haile Selassie. What do you call him? And so, that song that day, I heard them singing. Amayom disen sunday yobo, okiko bob. Amayom disen sunday yobo, okiko. Hey, amayom disen sunday yobo, okiko bobo. Amayom dis. This group of men and women, we are singing. What did that say? That music says electionary campaign music. They were singing in group, hitting the palm leaf on the ground. They were campaigning for Awolowo. They say if you want to vote, vote for the symbol of palm leaf, which is AG, so that the medicine of Okiko, that is Okiko, because AC also call it Okiko. It's the same thing, to show you we are the same thing. Nothing different. So that the medicine of Okiko will die. That is NCNC will die. That was the day I began to have political awakening. I began to ask questions. 1963. I began to ask serious questions. I become involved into politics. I ask the meaning. Why? Who is Awolowo? Awolowo is from Yoruba. What happened to Azikiwe? The issue of Eyoita coming to play. The Awolowo and AG have taken advantage of the inordinate ambition of Azikiwe to remove Eyoita and to make himself to have a political base in the East, which he has forgotten for so many years. In fact, he came back from America. He didn't land at Onitsha, his hometown. He landed at Ghana. From Ghana, he began to visit Lagos. And from there was a manipulation. Of course, you know, in politics, so many things happens in politics. There is elimination series in politics. Eliminate this one and replace with this one. So the death of Herbert Macaulay, unfortunate death of Herbert Macaulay, who knows who must have been behind the death of Herbert Macaulay, gave Zeke a standing point in politics. So he now become NCNC chairman. And from there, he have his political standpoint. And so, this is what happened from Azikiwe mistake of removing one of our brother, a professor then. We now lose our brother within the riverine axis. And that culminated into the problem we're having today. Now, our politicians then, most of them, greater number of them are charlatans. Greater number of them have been bewitched by religion, Western religion. Bewitched, when I say bewitched, yes, because they don't even know what was happening to them when they adopted European religion. They don't even know what was happening to them. They don't know. There is also witchcraft in religion they brought to us. They never know. I'm telling you, honestly, there is witchcraft in religion they brought to us. That thing you see, they call Holy Communion. Today I want you to understand, it is witchcraft in disguise. They formulated that thing, they tell you it is Holy Communion. Through that means, they gave it to you, they steal your soul, and then they enter into you, begin to manipulate you. Anytime they want you, they wear you like clothes and begin to use you for their own political well-being. I want every Biafran that is listening to me this night, I'm making a very powerful information and a statement to you, for you to understand. Because we have suffered enough, and we don't know where our problem is coming. But Chukwokike have revealed to me how they roll and what happened to us, how they tactfully use spiritual needs to enslave us spiritually, so that we all and all our politicians become like a cloth. Anytime they want, they wear us and keep doing whatever thing they want to do with us. You think you are an Igbo man, you are going into politics, but you are doing another thing altogether. So this is one of the things why they brought religion to us. They brought all those things you don't even know. They tell you Christ told them that there was Passover and the 12 disciples gathered and they do this. They say, this is the blood of my blood. This is the cup of my cup. My body of my body. Where do you find such a thing in Israel? The tradition of the
sorry, before you digress more. Let me ask you, let me also just rechannel back. Why is it that Igbo politicians, right from onset, they made the bad policies or bad decisions that concerns us as a people? How do I mean? You can also remember that the person that helped Frederick Lugard to concoct that Nigeria, to impose that Nigeria, is Azikiwe's father. That is it's a historical fact, yes. Yes. So he is the person that convinced through normal Igbo smartness, convinced some chiefs or all the chiefs to sign something they didn't know. I think it's only Obong of Calabar or something of Bonny that challenged Obed and said, no, Ezekiel, I cannot sign this. What is written? Read it for me, let me hear before I sign anything. When somebody is interpreting for you or translating for you, he can twist anything he wants. Today, we all see that when it came to the caliphate, the Fulani, the Ahmad Bello, they were hell-bent on protecting their own people, their own zone. But Igbo politicians, right from onset, we are hell-bent on forming Nigeria and being Nigeria. That is why they give us Nigeria as an identity. This is why I'm going to make this submission, national identity, another time. They seldom, they hardly talk about our Igbo-ness or Biafra-ness. Never. Right from time, every Igbo politician, Nigerian politician of Igbo extraction, starting from Obed Azikiwe, Obededom, all they talk about our identity is Nigeria. Does it mean that our people, we don't sometimes I reason it, I say, which means our people, we don't understand politics. Is it primitivity? Okay, look at what Azikiwe did when he came back to Enugu. Don't you think that people should have resisted him and said, no, don't do this. Don't do this. Instead, the people will come out on this and say, no. You should never remove a tie has been. He is our brother, so go, But because of sentiment, we are sentimental animals. They say, no, without calculating what this thing will cost in the future. all that matters to them is to gain this thing now. Is still playing today in the political arena. Igbo politicians, they are the worst politicians, the political class. So, please, if you are talking, go into that context also. Let us see here. Please, go on, Mazi, go on.
Okay. Reason why I mention certain things that people do ignorantly without knowing the consequences of it is because it takes two to tango. When Britain came, they first and foremost begin to study us. They study us for so many years before they begin to implement the idea of conquest. And the idea of conquest starts from spiritual conquest. They brought about the baptism. They baptize you. They give you a name of the ancestors. And then they tell you you have now baptized. They now give you what they call Holy Communion. And you look at it, you call it Holy Communion. You never know why they give you the Holy Communion and give you the name of the ancestor. Through that Holy Communion, the witchcraft, and when I say witchcraft, have been inserted into your mouth, and you swallow it thinking you are taking something. You have been initiated, your spirit has been taken over, they now begin to control you. And it happened mostly on our people. Go and check it, the name Obed, Benjamin, Michael, name them, all of them. All the whole army officers of Igbo extraction and Eastern Nigeria extraction that was slaughtered by Obasanjo, Gowon, Danjuma, and the rest of army officers from the north and west were all bearing Christian name. Go and check their name. Go and just check their name. Google and check their name. They are all bearing. That means all of them have been baptized, given ancestral name of Europeans. That is number one. They have changed you, changed everything about you, begin to use you, and they use you as a sacrificial lamb. They use you when the time comes, they kill you and remove you because they have an agenda. That agenda is how to conquer you. Today, the Igbo politicians are so useless. Anybody who trusts an Igbo politician, anybody who goes into politics in Igbo land, and you, as a freedom fighter, have a trust on him, you are a fool. Because he will always disappoint you. He is governor, he is anything, he is way under Nigerian constitution, he is working for Britain because as far as Nigeria is concerned, that name was created by Britain for their own economical interest, and they don't want anybody to change it. Any attempt to change it will be met with serious destruction. Just like Thomas Sankara died by changing from Upper Volta to the land of upright men, that is Burkina Faso. They slaughtered him because that have removed the power of attorney. That power of attorney which they use in owning it from Berlin Conference of 1884-1885. That power of attorney is no more there. That is their property. You have changed the name of their property, so it no more belongs to them. So, if politicians, hello? Okay. All the whole politicians you see in Igbo land are all working for Britain, and all of them have soiled their hand. You can't trust any of them. You don't just trust any of them. Look at somebody like Zeke. Mr. Harold Smith says, during the years of Zeke gallivanting to form a political party and to go into election, that the intelligence agency of Britain have been following him around. All the posts, all the letters, all the telephone calls, they tap it, they know what you are doing. They know how much you are collecting. They know he set up a bank, ACB Bank, I hope that interview is a very big testimony for anybody who cares to know this thing I'm saying tonight. They are everywhere. So they know areas they will use in blackmailing him. And so you can be blackmailed, and if you go that area, if anything happens, this is what we use in blackmail, so that person will just calm down. So at the end of the day, 99.9% of Igbo politicians were all soiled their hand in the red oil, and then they are easily being blackmailed. That is why they are working for one Nigeria that will consume them eventually. Are you surprised that P2B is working for Britain? P2B and the Chinedu are in the same shoe. You may be surprised this night. P2B knows very well that he will not win the election because the election will eventually be rigged against him. But he is going there to be able to destroy the movement of IPOB, which in some way, somehow, he succeeded a little bit because all the gullibles you see that they are calling themselves obedient, are all people that were shouting Biafra, Biafra, Biafra restoration. Greater number of them are now talking about obedience, and they are all disappointed. While P2B has been invited to come for the inauguration, so to tell you, they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. They are all criminals in one line, trying to work for their own interest. Don't trust any Igbo politician. That is why we need to put more effort in getting Biafra, because Biafra restoration has an international conspiracy against it, because the whole world is benefiting from Biafra land and from Nigeria created by Britain, because all of them comes to steal there. You know, before 1960 handover to civilian administration of what do you call it, to Tafawa Balewa, that Nigeria used to have newsprint. We print our paper. We have our industry that produce newsprint. It's called. In those days in Calabar, in Itu, and all the rest of area, you have melina trees scattered all over. Melina tree, that is what you cut down, you use it, put it in machine, and the machine will break it down and pieces it, and you have paper, printing paper. You know that Okwi book was sold to India, and the Indians bought that Okwi book paper mill. They never printed any paper there. They just close it there, and then go to India, and then view the same melina there and continue to produce this particular paper, both newsprint, art paper, bond paper, and then be shipping it to Nigeria, and we are buying it. Yet we have biggest acre of land that contains this melina tree, and we have the factory that produces newsprint. So this is how much we have been sabotaged by this same Britain, because each time I'm talking, I say they gave me opportunity in 1981. I'm coming to tell average Biafrans who cares to listen. Our major problem is that Britain doesn't want to let Nigeria split. Even if we all will die, they don't care. They don't want Nigeria to split. That is why they have labored all over the world, bribe every nook and corners of the world. If you say Biafra, they begin to look at you. This man want to spoil where we are eating. So the whole world now becomes beneficiary into Nigeria. That is our problem. And our Igbo brothers, whom we call our politicians, are the worst. You can't trust them. Whom do you trust? Look at the yesterday, what do you call him? Nyangodo, the man that went to congratulate Nyesomwike for killing Biafran, for killing his fellow Igbo man, Igbo boys, Igbo youths, Igbo, burning their markets and every other thing. I saw him during that time. He led a delegation to Port Harcourt to go and sing Onwike, Wike, Kaigeso, Mona, when he was chairman of Ohanese. he went there to congratulate Wike for killing his people. So these are the type of people. And then this man again is now talking about the burning of market of Ndibo at Lagos because it is now Yoruba. You want to instigate Yoruba. We need to have peace with Yoruba. Let me tell you, we need to have peace. You remember when our leader was around, he had been hammering it, that this particular problem between us and Yoruba is caused by Britain.
It's artificial. It's artificial. It is artificial.
It's artificial. It is artificial. And now they have brought it again. They have even tightened the hatred again by this particular Obi of a thing. Obi is a distractor. He was just put in there to create this enmity. Obi knows he will never win the president because election is rigged. If you cannot rig election, you can never be anything. Every election is rigged.
In Nigeria, yes.
Even in overseas, it is rigged. There is deep state. There is deep state. The thing they call deep state. People that determine who will be there in the office. Have you forgotten Emmanuel Macron and that lady? What do you call the lady?
Yes,
that was contesting that
Marie Le Pen.
Yeah, Marine Le Pen. Thank you very much. Marine Le Pen was so popular, but it was rigged in favor of Emmanuel Macron. You understand me? Election must be rigged. Forget that rigging. Is it Igbo name? Rigging is not Igbo language. It is rigging. So you have to rig. The first election in Nigeria, Britain rigged it in favor of the North. So what matters to Britain is their interest. They don't care about your life. Your useless life can go to hell. It belongs. They don't care as long as their interest is protected. So our major problem, which we have to tackle, is how do we engage in this particular fight for freedom? If we cannot if we don't have the courage to use our mouth, pick up shit, and then split it on somebody's body, I don't think we would be able to go anywhere, because what is happening is that the more we beg, the more we talk, the more we say everything, they keep on looking at our weakness because they are not seeing any reality on the ground. They need to see reality on the ground. We don't need to kill anybody, but there are little things that matters we can do, and they will begin to respect us. Not on Sunday you go there and they put nonsense inside your mouth. You eat, you come here, you tell me you are fighting for freedom. You are not ready. Because what have you taken in your mouth? That thing will weaken you. The person that put that thing in their mouth telling you it's a holy communion have taken over your soul. He will manipulate you, make you to make wrong decisions. This is my own opinion. Our people had been bewitched by this. Remember the meaning of Boko Haram. I want to tell you, Boko Haram is the same thing we are talking. The same thing the Indians says, the same thing Japan says, that Western way of life, Western book, Boko is book. Boko, Western book, call it Bible, calling anything written by them, is haram. Haram is evil. Indian says that Western education, Western religion is haram. And they rejected it. Igbo man who is worshipping God directly is not even worshipping God. He is doing the will of God, because every other day he communicates with God before he leave his house. Remove himself from his God and embrace something that is so strange to him. And that he goes into it, they bewitch him. Change his name. Call his name Michael. Call his name Stephen. Call his name William. Call his name some name you don't even know. For example, when you answer William, you are answering the great father of English people. His name is William. The man that led outing from Saxon to France. He led outing with the entire people of his own people. They led outing. He led outing from Saxon. The name is William. And when they came to France, the king of France prevented them because they don't know if they are coming for war. They said, no, we are not coming for war. We want to cross to the other side of the ocean, of the sea.
Yeah.
Yeah, of the channel. So they allowed them to stay between France area until they get prepared. But before then, William himself died there. When he died, his son took over. When finally they fortified themselves, they moved through that channel. That is why you have that English channel. That's to remember to you the way they moved to go and attack the indigenous people living in that place they are occupying today. They were not originally from that particular land they found themselves today. It was led by William, the junior William, Prince William. The original William that led the outing from Saxon died in France. And then the son, now who is a prince now, took over and led the people successfully to go and attack the people living in that particular place. Because I read everything. I didn't come to Europe to make money. I didn't go to Europe to make money. Because already when my father was dying, I was there. I'm not the first son, I'm not the second son. But I was there when he was dying, a very rich man like that. He died of hunger. And he died in somebody's house.
Really?
Yes, he died in somebody's house. Because he built mansion at Calabar. But when he come home, he didn't have any house in the village. So he died in somebody's house.
Mazi, okay, please pause there. Now, this thing you said now, because we always say that all these characters we have, most of it starts after the war. But here you are making this insinuation that look, your father, who is very rich, who migrated to Calabar, although Calabar is part of Biafra land, yes. But he didn't have a normal house in the village. But he has everything in that place. Which means all this thing didn't start, right from after the war. All these things. Igbo men are free people. They go back anywhere they are. I could remember my father lost his house in Port Harcourt. Although when he said he built the house he built in our land by emergency, when his own father, that is my grandfather, died before the war.
Yeah.
So he built it by emergency. In that time, I don't know Pitakwa that time. You know? So, which means this character, it is not something that started today. I'm just taken from what you are saying now. Can you explain a bit more? Your father has all these riches, but if he forgot to build it, is it? What does it mean? Please, go on, please.
Now, let me make some revelation. Because when I say my father died, I want to say this thing for many people to understand that in Igbo culture, the first son is supposed to be around whenever your father is sick, so that when he dies, he passes over to you. Now, when I was there, I was at the backyard, and they called me. They said our father is dead. So I came outside. I saw my father in the bed. They have already tied him out. I shouted to the top of my voice. I shouted. I called his name. He woke up again and answered me, and look at me, shed tears and die again. So when he died, what I now discovered was by 1970, he entered inside me and begin to use me to recover all his wealth. By 1970.
Mazi, can you explain more, please? Go on, please.
I want to say something this evening, very important. He entered inside me. By 1970, I opened laundry in army barrack. I started making money. By 1978, I have built a house. That house my father supposed to have built in the village. I have gone to part of his portion of land where he, and I built a very big house there. By 1978. I don't even know when I'm doing this. All the 12 children he has, I have given them, all of them, education. I don't even know what I was doing. By 1982 again, by 1982 again, I built another house again. In the same village again. Apart from that one I built. By 1985, 86, I went to town, I continued building houses here and there. I don't even know what I was doing. One day, one of my brother came to visit me. He came to where I'm living. He saw a mansion. He said, brother, now I can know. That means our father, the wealth of our father was transferred to you. That is what my brother said. I was shocked. I began to reason. That my same brother, I bought a big shop for him. I give him free of charge. All of them. I don't even know what I was doing. So to tell you, my father entered into me and recovered all that wealth. And all this wealth are in Igbo land. They are no more in Calabar. I only visited Calabar in 1979. I visited Calabar with 185. I drove that 185 with one of my senior brother. Visited that place. The Nigerian bomber fighters have thrown bomb there. The house have collapsed. Another person had built a different house there, that right there. So we didn't care to begin to inquire anything. So we come back home. So this is that my father has a reason of going there. It was not by accident. Something happened before he left there. And then because he was so prominent, he wanted to stay back there. The Biafran military were coming to our house as a prominent man he is. So there is no way of escaping because he wanted to go to the farm settlement and stay there. But they prevented him. They asked him to leave. They asked him to live with the children. In fact, I was the first person to leave all of them and go home and stay at home. Even though we don't have house there, I go to the sister and stay with the sister before they came back home. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that the issue of our people going outside to build houses, we are good people. People are good, nice people. I must be honest with you. We are nice people. We are nice people. But Britain is using our niceness to make us look like fools. Because they don't want people like us who would prevent them from owning Nigeria. Because they know, for example, they allow 1959 constitution to last for only 16. And they overthrow the government. And then they brought in unitary government through agri-Eurocy, and then they fought a war, destroyed everything. After 3 years, the war ended. They allowed Gowon to serve for another 5 years. They overthrew him, put what do you call this man? Murtala Mohammed there. And Murtala Mohammed did so many things he did. Then overthrew him again, put Obasanjo handed over to civilian, where Shehu Shagari was trying to tell Ekwueme how to develop Igbo land so that the people that are running away should go come back home and say, they look at Shehu Shagari and say, man, if you go and begin to build port in Onitsha now, what will happen to Lagos? Obasanjo was instrumental. Remember, Obasanjo handed over to Shehu Shagari. It's the same Obasanjo that colluded with the rest of military and overthrew Shehu Shagari.
Mazi, please, hold on there. Let me come in. And so that you will also redirection of the talk. You know, in every of your statements, Obasanjo comes out also as one of the worst people, you know, which is you're right. But today, the same Obasanjo is who many of our people are hailing as a savior. Because he can come and pep talk, and people will cheer. So, this is a highly controversy. And I cannot call it ignorance. No, because ignorance is something that lack of knowledge. You don't know. When you don't know something, you don't know. But it is high stupidity. Now, this Obasanjo, you have been talking about Obasanjo, of how everything. Please, I want you to go into more details about this Obasanjo. What really, how do you perceive, or how do you see that he really contributed to our demise as a people? Please go on.
Okay. Fellow Biafrans, I want you to listen very carefully. Obasanjo participated in the coup of 15 January. Obasanjo was there. He participated. Obasanjo participated in killing of Igbo army officers. Obasanjo participated in the war. When the war erupted, Benjamin Adekunle was sent to 3rd Marine Command at Port Harcourt area. When he was not doing something tangible, they removed him and then put Obasanjo there. And Obasanjo had been a good servant to Britain. God knows exactly what happened within him and Britain. But one thing I observe in him is that when he became head of state, because remember, he was part of the instrument that killed, what do you call him? Murtala Mohammed. He participated in the coup that killed Murtala Mohammed. Because he was used. Because Murtala Mohammed changed British petroleum to African petroleum. It was Murtala Mohammed that did it. And it did not go well in Britain. He changed, before it was BP. He changed it to AP. It was Murtala Mohammed that did it. He did so many things which Britain did not like it. Did not like. Because I said before, forgive me if I make a mistake in this English satanic language. As far as I'm concerned, that language is satanic. But let us begin to manipulate it to get our freedom. Doesn't matter. When we finally get our freedom, we will begin to develop our own language. And when we develop our language, we'll be speaking our language the way it's supposed to be. Because we have helped them to that language. And then everybody is speaking not knowing that language is doing even more harm to us than good. Now, this Obasanjo you see here, at Taliban thing, it is because they removed history from Nigeria school curriculum. That makes it the younger generation doesn't know that Obasanjo killed Igbo people killed the Biafrans more than every other army officer put together. That the same treatment we should be making to, what do you call him, Gowon, should be meted to Obasanjo. Obasanjo have through Peter Obi entered Igbo land and begin to talk nonsense. The other time, Soludo called him for 1 year anniversary, that he has made 1 year in office. I don't know why somebody people to be celebrating 1 year and you don't have anything to show for that 1 year. And you gather a whole lot of people, begin to make speech, begin to talk nonsense. And then Obasanjo came there with Iwanyang. And they begin to talk. He made reference to Iwanyangu, that Iwanyangu said something, that Biafra died 52 years ago, and he is confirming it there, and all the nonsense he was talking. And he was allowed to go out from there free of charge. It is very insulting for us to have allowed Obasanjo to come to Igbo land, haven't killed us, haven't not made any apology. He entered through P2B to come and begin to insult us.
Please, can you flash back? What do you think or do you know about the relationship between Obasanjo and P2B, even when P2B was a governor, and when I think it was during Obasanjo's regime that P2B was a governor, if I'm not mistaken? Am I? Please,
yes.
Their relationship. Yes. Anything you know about them, their relationship, please go on.
You know, when the election that brought in Obasanjo to office, it was an election between Olufalaye and Obasanjo. But the military, who decided to annul the election of Abiola, decided to compensate the Yorubas for the death of Abiola, and then they asked the two men to contest, just for contesting's sake. Already, election result had been prepared. Obasanjo was announced the winner. He became president. Olufalaye went straight away to come, because I voted for Olufalaye, because Obasanjo was called for television debate. He didn't go there. It was called monologue. Olufalaye debated alone. And then we trusted him, we voted for him, and he won the election. But he was rigged out under normal circumstances. Nigeria, any election must be rigged, because the candidate that the world government wants is the one they want to put in place, the person that can serve their interests. So they put Obasanjo there. Immediately Obasanjo gets in there, Obasanjo begins to sell the mandate, because it wasn't at the onset that P2B came in. I think it was second time P2B came in there. Can't remember exactly, but I think yes. P2B, the mandate that gets P2B was stolen by Obasanjo, sold to Esere Noga. Obasanjo sold that mandate to Esere Noga, and Esere Noga paid upfront to Obasanjo, because Obasanjo was very, very poor when he was made president. He couldn't manage Otafam. Remember how he come with Otafam? Obasanjo, when he was head of state, he brought a program that is called Operation Feed the Nation. Operation Feed the Nation. Under Operation Feed the Nation, Obasanjo promulgated a decree of land use decree. From there, government can now take a land and begin to build farm. So to start from his own side, he took up a farm through land use decree to make it a very big, large farm. And so, Shagari, then the British government, who is controlling Nigeria, with some military, they say, okay, that very particular farm, since you have successfully handed over to civilian, it now belongs to you. That is how he owned that very particular farm. Now, the mandate that people would be supposed to have enjoyed was sold to Esere Noga, and Esere Noga got that mandate and then pay upfront payment to Obasanjo. Then for Obasanjo to protect it to whoever that would be sold it to, now it was given to Ngige. Ngige accepted to become the governor under certain agreement that the Commissioner of Finance and Commissioner of Works should be given to Eseren Oga and some other big offices.
Godfathers.
Yes. So Ngige accepted it. When Ngige accepted it, Ngige cannot abide by that particular agreement. So he went to Obasanjo, complained to him. Look, I don't know what this guy is doing. Obasanjo called Ngige. Remember that Ngige is an Anglican man. And then he called on him, say, what are you doing? Young man, politics is not about playing this way. You cannot be honest. Well, I will deal with you. Ngige was having that stubbornness in him because he wants to develop Anambra State. He really wants to develop Anambra State because by then, Anambra doesn't have any road. There is no passageway. Uguta Road, Physics Avenue, Mpo Old Road, Newi, every other nook and corner, everywhere was pothole. Mpo Uno, Mpo Express, everywhere. Oka, there is no road in Anambra State. So, he was interested, but if I give commissioner of works to this man, and then he uses the money for me to, because he paid money to Obasanjo. No, Obasanjo stood the money meant for Anambra State, the revenue allocation to Ngige. He didn't give it to Ngige. Ngige now decided to use eternally generated revenue to begin to build all the roads in Anambra State. That man was wonderful. He made us to understand that Anambra can build a city like Dubai from the internally generated revenue. Ngige did it. So while Ngige was doing this, he didn't concur again with Eseren Oga. Then he went to Obasanjo. Obasanjo said, no, we have to deal with him. They removed his police security. Removed the entire police security from him.
Ngige's police security, right? As a governor.
Obasanjo removed it from him. So immediately they removed it from him. The first thing that happened was Ngige was kidnapped. Ngige was the first governor to be kidnapped. I want you people, whoever that is listening to me, to write this thing down. Hey, if you can record it, record it. Nobody had told you this thing before. Ngige was kidnapped. And entire people begin to shout and shout and shout and shout. How can you kidnap a governor? He was again released. When he was already in security, he went to Umuahia to go and meet Ojuzo Kalu. Ojuzo Kalu tell him, if you want to serve in that state and successfully do your tenure, you have to go to Uwazurike so that he will rent you muscle boys, which you have to use in protecting yourself. Ngige accepted. He went to Uwazurike. Uwazurike rented to him, I think, 5,000 men. 5,000 men. He rented to Ngige. This thing I'm saying, I am not exaggerating anything. I'm telling you, the people of Biafra today, exactly what happened in Anambra State. It's on record. Many people have forgotten. I am not 10 minutes or 15 minutes or this thing. I keep memory, even memory of 70 years ago, I keep them. When I'm speaking about the memory I have 70 years ago, I keep it, I will tell you accurately. I even seeing the face of people I have something to do 70 years ago. I see their face while I'm talking. Now, Ngige now brought this men with the agreement of paying them 10 million every month for their services. And they were giving Ngige the protection he needed. While this thing was on, Ngige doesn't again need anything like police. But Uwazurike was eating this money without giving anything to these boys. And these boys were now scavenging everywhere. They camped some of them at Omambala River. come some of them at Ketako, come some of them at Rojeni, come some of them at what do you call this place? Ibaria, yeah? Some of them at Oka area. Across Anambra as a whole, they camp all of them there. They were now giving security to Anambra. And then these boys now took over the security of entire place. Begin to exaggerate the whole thing. So why this was on? There was serious security in Anambra State, to be honest with you. Now, when they see that Ngige is no more bothered about the police security given to them, taken away from him, SN Oga went back to Obasanjo. What do we do? Obasanjo now tell what we do, we have to review old system, the electoral voting system, which they rigged against P2B. They have to go and bring back the original document that make P2B used in winning the election, and then call P2B. P2B now went to Abuja, whatever place you call it, and they negotiated. Only God knows how much P2B paid for him to be giving back that very particular election result. So when he collected this election result, he now used it to go to court. That was the end of Ngige. They announced the original election result, which they rigged against the people, was giving back to him. There is payment, because nothing goes for nothing. You cannot be. Obasanjo knows that you cannot give you a governor, even to be a police GPO. There is money you pay. You cannot just be a police GPO in Onitsha or in a major city just like that. You pay millions of naira before you can make a DPO. Talk less of governor. So he paid a lot of money before that very particular this thing was given to him. So he used that particular election result and go to court and won the election.
That's P2B now.
Yes, P2B. That P2B you see that speaks like Sarah's voice. People are deceived by that voice. They never know who is talking. Now, when he became governor, Ngige was out a little bit. Then the deputy, who is Etiaba, was there for a moment. After all said and done, Etiaba stole the little he can steal from Newi and left. P2B now entered the office as a legitimate winner of the election. When he got in, remember that already the security that was protecting Ngige are now Mossad boys filled every nook and corner of the street. In fact, they dismantled all the whole vigilante you have. You cannot call yourself a vigilante. They said they are now authentic vigilante, the authentic security in Anambra State. So they dismantle you and collect their gun from you. Now, P2B now told them, you have to leave me to govern the state. They say, how can you leave you to govern the state? Why don't you be giving us the money? They say, no, I'm not giving you any money. Leave me alone. I did not bring you people in. Please leave me alone. They say, so you mean we'll be stranded? He say, if you like, be stranded, or if you don't like, just get away from Anambra State. Get away. I am not interested in using you. I swear and oath to become the governor under Nigerian Constitution. There is police there to protect me. Therefore, I cannot use you people. Of course, that is typically Igbo man brain. The money you give to them is not even your money. After all, last time he went to visit Gumi. And Gumi you went to visit told you that the northern what the terrorists are, what do you call them? Those terrorist groups you have in the north are northern
warriors.
Protectors.
They are warriors.
Yes. But you people went to visit him. But these boys, who is your brothers? You tell them, no, he cannot do anything with you.
And they didn't even try to negotiate with them.
No, he told them he is not negotiating anything with them. He said, if you are not going, I will bring army. Oh. And then what happened? He went to Obasanjo, said, give me army. This boy said, doesn't want to leave me alone. Obasanjo said, Obasanjo told him in advance, if I bring army, you cannot control what they will do in that state. They will kill so many people. Is it not better you go and negotiate with these boys? He said, no. Obasanjo showed up. He went there several times. Now, what happened again was that during this time, there was something that happened in Onitsha. When Gideon Akaloka was killed in the north, you remember very well, was beheaded. There was so much feeling.
Yes.
Not Igbo people there, they acted. There was rioting. Some Igbo people were killed. Their body brought back to Onitsha. Some brought back to Aba. These Mossop boys were outraged. And they massacred not the Fulani, the Hausa people. Because even the Hausa people who were there living at Aba and Onitsha were escaping from the hardship that is caused to them by the Fulani lords, so to speak. Fulani rulership in the north. So most of them migrated down to the south. They were selling all their things. There were peaceful people. Oh. They are all peaceful people. I have not seen them at any day doing anything nasty. But when this thing happened, I don't know who instigated these Mossop boys.
No, it's reprisal. It's normal. It's a reprisal attack. It's normal.
Okay. I'm just speaking normally the way I see the thing. So there was this reprisal attack and many Hausa people were massacred at Onitsha. And so when finally most of these boys that was massacred have their brothers in the barrack. So when Peter Obi now successfully brought in the army, Obasanjo now gave him army to come and begin to chase, because he first wanted to use police. These boys overpowered the police. They overpowered the police. Police cannot even match them. Then when this army was coming, it coincided when the Hausas were massacred in Onitsha. And what happened? Heaven let loose. The army was killing left and right and center. Any average boy they handle, they just kill you, go and bury you. There was mass killing. There was mass killing. I mean, because
this is the story. This story that led the story of Obi killing our people, dumping them in a river. Is it also?
Yes. This is exactly how the story started. You understand me? That time you don't go in the night. Once you go anywhere or towards Opi work area, once any military man, they handle you, just kill you immediately. They shoot you immediately. They don't look at your face. And most of the guys they kill was these rich boys who think that they are not part of the Mossop. They don't consider the Mossop. They consider everybody Mossop. They don't care. They massacred people. Thousands were killed. Thousands. They did another reprisal over what the Mossop boys did. They massacred people. And then our leader, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu, called Peter Obi. Why are you bringing military to kill your brothers? What is happening? That did not go well with Peter Obi and Ojukwu. They started having problems. Very unfortunate. The rest is history. Ojukwu died under the watch of Peter Obi. I don't know if you know this. But during his tenure in the office, that same man that raised his hand and declared him Apuga governorship candidate, he also died. He conducted the burial and every other thing. So, but God knows exactly what happened. Because during that time, Obasanjo gave Ojukwu, there one comment he made. Obasanjo gave Ojukwu one-way ticket to come to Abuja. He was to be arrested. And the entire
I could remember.
The entire student at Enugu, what do you call that, IMT, gathered in the house of Ojukwu and said, let Obasanjo himself come down here. That there's no way Ojukwu will leave this particular place and go to Abuja. So he was given a letter. God knows exactly what they did. Maybe because after the death of Fabiola, there was this Truth and Reconciliation meeting they had, where we know that there is a poison you can give to somebody. The poison that was used in killing Abiola, you remember? That Rogers, or what they call it, that man, that sharpshooter man, he said he went to American embassy to go and collect that poison that they use in poisoning Abiola. If you go and check that Truth and Reconciliation Obasanjo conducted, to see the testimony of those men, then they will now know that something is happening. Anybody they want to poison, they can easily poison him. So I also believe that Ojukwu was poisoned, and he suffered and died. Finally, he's no more. Then this is how P2B now ruled for 8 years without doing anything, virtually nothing. All he can boast of doing is abandoning Premier Brewery, going to build Hero Brewery at another site towards where you have a General Cotton Mill factory. Then they have abandoned that place. That is the area towards the side of Head Bridge. Went and built that very particular beer there. Then what again did he do? Nothing. He didn't even build a port, no housing, nothing, no road. Only that structure from Head Bridge to Zik roundabout. That's all. That double lane he built there. That is all. And you know our people, so stupid and gullible. They say, this man is more distant. They easily carried away. And so after 8 years, he spent in office. No industry. Nothing was put in place. Not even the so-called seaport. Ekweme collected the money and went to use it to build a motel that made him to be jailed by Buhari administration. Went there and built only a jetty. Not even to revitalize it. And you remember when Yaredua came in, Yaredua continued with the system of Shehu Shagari, because these men are from Sokoto axis. You see, the Fulani of Sokoto are different from the Fulani of Daura axis. They are very different set of people. And these are civilian people. He now commissioned to dredge River Niger. He was dredging that River Niger. There were so many machines in that River Niger during the time of Yaredua. He was dredging the River Niger to get it to Lokoja so that ships can be passing through there. And so, he made one statement that take away his life. That statement was this: that he want to abrogate land use decree. That land use decree that was made by Obasanjo, he want to remove it so that people can be able to sell their land. Since there is nothing like money coming from government to the people. Yaredua made that statement because I don't forget anything. In my house, I have 1,400 newspapers packed up to now. Newspaper. So I read newspaper from A to Z. Not that I just buy news, I look at it. No. In the night, I just put on light and read all the whole newspaper. Everything they say, who say what, I keep them. I don't sell. I don't take away the newspaper. I pack them. He's packing in my house now. 1,400 newspapers. So you can imagine that. So He made that statement. He wants to abrogate land use decree so that people can be able to sell their land. Since nothing is coming from the government, immediately he made that statement, he was immediately poisoned and he died. So this is how Nigeria is being ruled. Nigeria is suffering from internal oppressors and external oppressors. Two things is confronting Nigeria: internal interest and external interest. So that is what we are getting through. Nigeria could have been a well-developed country for a very long time, but they don't allow it. 1979 to 1983, December 29th or 30th, 4 years. They have already conducted the election that will see the next the next administration of Shehu Shagari and Shehu Shagari, including Sambakwe. But the same man that handed over to Shehu Shagari went again and overthrew the man, and then bring in Buhari. Buhari was not competent. They don't want to show themselves. They know that Buhari is not a competent fellow, and he was pursuing war against indiscipline and all that. If you remember that thing they did that time,
yes,
there was this destruction of illegal structure all over the federation. They say it's war against this discipline. Monday sit at home, Monday or Saturday, last Saturday,
clean up.
Clean up. It was under him to show that he's working. Buhari is an empty brain, to be honest and candid. But they know, let themselves know. The same Buhari again, they brought in again, 2015. And the disaster is what we are witnessing today. So we have two problems: external interest and internal interest.
Okay, Mazi.
The internal interest will go outside and take external interest how to come in. And when they come in, they will hijack everybody and begin to pontificate who get what and who get who. Let me stop here a little bit. So you can ask.
You've made honestly startling revelations. Because, we need to understand the politics around us. That is the reality. Otherwise, we are just like, living by the day, just surviving. Not even surviving, we are just surviving. But when you understand things that are happening around you, the politics that is, or the policies and politics that is affecting your life and made you to be, because whether we like it or not, the policies being made by all these politicians is what is affecting our life, daily life. Whether we like, it doesn't matter. I'll say you be a believer in Hindu or Christianity or Islam or anything. Oh, that you believe in God. Now lie. The policies that are being made by these politicians is what is affecting our daily life. So we need to come to grips to understand it. That is why in a real democracy, the people has power more than anything, because the politicians are very few, but they make policies that are affecting lives of millions of people. So what happens is this: if people are a country where people are, the population are politically conscious, they will never allow anything to go by, because it affects them. It doesn't matter how mundane. They will come up in order to oppose it or to support it. Don't you see what happened in France last few months? They protested. Only bringing back, reducing retirement age from 62 years, official age of France retirement, taking it back to 64 years, only 2 years. They said no. People, the whole country stood still. People came out to protest, even devastation. They destroyed many things. Yeah, because they understand these are living people, living population. People that are alive. Political, because when you can be seen as you are walking around, you are alive, but you are dead. Nigeria has a dead population, very dead population. They have been beaten to death, so that everything goes by. You see a population in a federation, what they call republic. Republic means for the public. You see people begging, we beg the president, the governor to do this. Who born you? You are begging as a people. Instead of you rising up to take what belongs to you. If the government makes policies that are not tolerant, you rise up as a people and say no. If it comes to that, you can even destroy government properties. That is how it works everywhere. Now the government will know that we have a living people. They will go back. They will, go back in order to, pacify the people. But in Nigeria, everything goes. You see this comedians that fool now in the internet in Nigeria. Oh, everything they use it to comedy. Something that in other countries people will go out to even burn down the politicians. In Nigeria, they joke about it and laugh over it. They prank over it. That is what gives the political class, the Fulani Caliphate, the hand that they are using now. So that, anything they want is what they pull. Very few people. Our leader used to say, how many will they kill? In a revolution, how many will... Look, America threw a bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Atomic bomb. But that bomb, it doesn't matter how powerful it is. There were survivors in Hiroshima. There were survivors in Nagasaki. There were survivors in Japan. Not everybody died. Do you know that? It doesn't matter in a revolution when people come out to say, government, you kill. How many people can you kill? But Nigerians have been turned into a very dead people. People that everything goes. Anything that what you see people now you go change it. I beg, as long as I can eat, I hustle on my own. The worst thing a people that could happen to a people is sentencing a people to hustling, daily hustling. That is the worst thing that could happen to a people, and that is what has happened to us as a people. Where everybody go and survive as an individual. Individual survival is the worst thing that can happen to a people. Sentencing everybody to go and survive individually. Instead of collective survival, government being in place, doing what government is supposed to do. I'm telling you. People now continue being, they can dog eat dog to survive. You can sabotage as long as to make money. You can align with an enemy in order to survive. Individual survival mode. People can go to church and give testimony. Others died and only me remain. Hey! Let's see, what kind of evil is this that have befallen us? Mazi, you said it all.
Mazi, let me say another thing again.
Yes, please go on. Because we are rounding up, I will open line just for few calls only. Very few calls.
Okay.
You go on. Just round up.
Let me just say something else. You see, during Obasanjo coming into second leadership, let me say so, because he ruled Nigeria from 1975 to 1979, handed over to Shehu Shagari. Then his second coming was after the annulment of June 12th, and after the Bruhaha, the Abacha, the Abdul Salami, and every other thing that goes with it. Then he came back again. Do you know this kidnapping we are having today was invented by Obasanjo? Do you know that? Obasanjo brought in anything about kidnapping that you are having today, both in the north and in the south, was under that particular time of Obasanjo presidency. They tested kidnapping with Ngige. It is on record. I'm not just trying to accuse anybody. The Esere Dokubo was a Obasanjo boy. He was a Obasanjo boy. They were into trying to, play some fast game. It was a well-organized something to tell the northern part that this oil, we are in control of it and every other thing. They were into kidnapping foreign oil companies. Yesterday, they call themselves Niger Delta Volunteer Force. What do they want? What do you want? They were kidnapping. At the end of the day, when Yaredua came in, Yaredua adhered to certain advice and then have a kind of a good arrangement with them. Some of them dropped their gun, and then some clever ones collected their guns. There was a boy that they called Papu. He was working with the Esere. When they gave them amnesty, they didn't give him amnesty because he was an Igbo man. So he took up 911, disguised himself, packed so many AK-47 inside and brought it to Orifte. Right there, he was doing kidnapping.
Sorry, and brought it to where? Brought it to where?
Orifte. His name is Ofaku. I'm not saying something that is strange. I'm just saying because people have forgotten this thing. For those who don't know what really happened, a guy called Ofaku at Orifte started kidnapping in, out, left and right. And then during that tenure of Itobi, there was this series of kidnapping and the guy was caught. God knows the rest thing that happened to him. But we were shown large quantities of arms. And they made confession that he was one of those that worked with. They failed to give him amnesty. So he came back with so many weapons. And so the rest is history. We don't know about him any longer. But the point I'm trying to make here is that Obasanjo is an evil man and should not be allowed to visit Igbo land again. If we should be able to tell Obasanjo that his many sins had been known by us, he shouldn't be allowed to visit Igbo land, coming to make a speech. The same way we prevented Gowon, is the same way we have to tell Obasanjo to his face. We are not fools. He killed us in numbers. He killed us in number. He cannot be our friend. He has never apologized. He and his master, Gowon, they're supposed to kneel down and beg the Igbo people before they begin to talk all the nonsense they are talking. Biafra died 52 years ago when Biafra is more older than Britain, more older than European self. A country that have been people that may be existing for past 500,000 years. The other day I saw one of our lawyer. He went to Eri to go and take picture at Obu God. God is not the father of Ndibo. God came to visit his brother. Abraham, an Igbo man. Abraham, his name is, let me remember his name. I've forgotten that name of Abraham. But he's an Igbo man. He left from Igbo land to go that place. Forget about the Mesopotamia. They said, they tell you Abraham come from Mesopotamia, this and that and that and that. He is from Igbo land. He's part of our brother. That is why when God wanted to leave, he left again back to Igbo land. their forefather came. He didn't make mistake. Blood is thicker than water. Ibeneme, that is Abraham. Ibeneme, original name of Abraham is Ibeneme. You may say, how do I know this? There is a revelation. When you have revelation, when you are very closer to your chief, when you are very closer to Elohim, he will tell you something that happened in the time past. He will reveal it to you. The secret of the Most High God is made revealed to his own loved one.
I think let us summarize here, so that I'll bring in colors. Otherwise, if we go into, we still have other days, in order to. You will still have time.
So many things has to be revealed. Many things has to be revealed.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we shall go into a few minutes break, so that when we come back, the lines will be opened. Although we are late already, but I will just pick few calls. If somebody wants to make contribution or even ask question, there is no problem of it. But we must continue. Therefore, please. Otherwise, if we do not go away, we shall be right back. Sorry, I don't know. I put this up. I don't know. But we must continue. Therefore, please do not go away. We will be right back. Don't go away.
Nnamdi Biafra Igbo ọnụ ọgụgụ n'isi nke ha kpọrọ Census 2023 ụnụ ahụlanụ na ihe ahụ ejiri ree mbe ihe na-ekwesịghị ka ọ bụ ihe a zụrụ ya ha ebidokwala ya ọzọ. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ Biafra IPOB Indigenous People of Biafra Worldwide n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eme ka ụmụ Biafra niile dọrọ aka na ntị na ngụgụ ọnụ nke isi n'isi akpọrọ Census 2023 ga-ebido n'obodo abụ Naijiria n'oge na-adịghị anya. Anyị ji ohere a na-agwa ụmụ Biafra niile ebe ọbụla ha nọ, ịnọ n'ala Yoruba, ịnọ n'ala Hausa, biko lọtawa dịka anyị na-esi eme ya n'oge ekeresimesi. Onye ọbụla ala Lagos agba achako, ugwu Hausa agba achako, ya dịka ebe agbara ọsọ abịala n'oge ahụ ka anyị nwere otu a lọta ọbịa gụkọta isi anyị ọnụ makwa n'oge anyị ha, n'ihi na amara imere onye kpọrọ gị asị pụrụ ọhịa. Anyị agaghị abụ chata eziga chọrọ ka anyị ehie n'ezi ma ọ bụ trọk a ga-eji vuchi ivu, ọ dịghị ihe anyị ga-awụ ọtụ. Ebe ha kpọrọ gị asị na Lagos, oru na elekshọn ha achụpụ gị, oru na ihe ọbụla dị mma ha achụpụ gị. Ọ bụ nke a ugbu a ka a ga-eji tinye n'ọgụ ọnụọgụgụ ha si na Lagos rukwara nke a, Abuja rukwara nke a, ugwu Hausa rukwara nke a, na ha ka n'ọnụọgụgụ mba n'ọnụ. Ka anyị mụrụkwanụ na ihe lọtazie, ka agụkọta anyị ka mba ụwa mara na ndị a niile na-achọ Biafra n'ọnụọgụgụ ha erika karịa ihe ha che n'ọbụ. Ọ bụ oge anyị ga-eji were mara ihe. Oge sensus a biko ọ dị anyị mkpa unu mara ihe unu ga-eme, n'ihi na igurube na-ekwu ekwu na-eripịa osisi. Ọ na-abụ anyụkọ mamịrị ọnụ ya agba ụfụfụ. Onye ọbụla emekwala anya ụra na nke a, latawanụ, n'ihi na mba ụwa ga-eji amara ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị makwaranụ ndị na-achọ ya. Census 2023 oge anyị ga-eji degharịa ihe a British dere banyere ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị akọ, emekwala anya ụra na nke a, n'ihi na ọ dị anyị mkpa. Lọtawa, ịdị anyị mkpa isoro ụmụnna gị n'oge ngụkọ ọnụ a ka anyị mara oke anyị ha, ka ọ ga-abụ mgbe a ga-eke oke amara mmadụ ole a ga-ekenye oke. Nwanne, o ruola n'omume o, a sịkwala na anyị agwaghị. Census 2023 Nigerian Census 23 mgbe ụmụ Biafra ga-eji laa n'ala ha ka agụkọ ha ọnụ mara oke ha dị. Ebe onye bịara abịa na-adịghị egbu nkwụ ọkpụlọ, ọ bịara abịa ejideghị akụ flawa o. Ozi a ka anyị na-ezikara gị bụ nke si n'aka ndị Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB na-abịara unu ọnụrụ ka ala ibe.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and with me is Mazi Ezekulie, a veteran indeed, who is here with me making some startling revelations because we need to know all these things. Therefore, our lines are now open. Our lines are now open. Our direct line, our direct number is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have callers lining up already. Let me start by this first caller. Please, you make it as brief as possible because I will just take only few calls, please. Caller on Signal, you are the first caller. Can you hear me? Perry White, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan, good evening, sir. My name is Mazi Fanyi. I'm calling from my location. Daddy, our veteran, Daddy Udodrege, I pray Machukwuka Abiyama give you more long life for you to live and educate and give us more revelation about this our evil politicians. Mazi, once again, I thank our HODs and also I greet our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, the prophet of our time. Mazi, yes, what our veteran said is true. Mazi, I'm almost killed during that time of P2B, Mazi. I'm telling you the fact, even that time, these zoo soldiers, they are even not only seeing people, killing people, once they see any mark in your body, Mazi, they will gun that person down. And in fact, you know, most of our tribe, in our tribe, we always have some mark which is different from other tribes. Are you getting me? But you see these bamboos and monkeys, once they see any mark in your body, your own is gone. But during that time, P2B killed a lot of people. A lot of youth was wasted in Anambra. Even strangers, even the indigenous of Anambra was wasted. Everywhere there is a kind of fear and everything. Even my younger brother was forced to leave and travel to village. All my brothers. But it is very, very terrible. But I thank you, all their secrets must be revealed so that people will know that that man called P2B, he can never be shot. He's an evil man. Then just bring that man to distract us. But Chukwu can never allow that man to succeed. Biafra or nothing. Mazi, let me drop from here. Let me not go long. May God bless you, Mazi Jonathan. May God bless you and give you strength so that we can control piloting and dedicating our people. Let me start off from here. Once again, thank you, my brother. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on. Go on. No time to waste. Please go on. What happened? What happened to the direct line caller? No, I don't know. Calls are flooding in. Caller on whether it's the phone is blocking. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. When calls are too much, these phones they start blocking. Caller on WhatsApp. You have been there for, let me see how long. Okay, go on. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, go on, please. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Please go on. Go on. No time to waste. Please go on. Go on, please. Just few minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mazi, am I coming out?
Mazi, go on, please, go on. If you are not coming out, I will tell you. Go on, please, go on. Goodness, please. There is something I would like to correct, please. If I pick your call, stop asking Mazi, am I coming out clear? That is a question that is not necessary to me. Because if you are not coming out, I will let you know. Direct. I don't know. Calls are coming in from every angle, please. Caller, you dropped. I don't know. Go on, please. Go on. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you go on, please? Caller on WhatsApp. Ganiru. Mazi Jidofo Ganiru, please.
Okay, Mazi, good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you. My name is Mazi Jidofo. I'm so much impressed by this very evening program, and I thank our veteran is a living library. There are some speakers.
I'm very, very sorry. I don't know what is happening. The thing just change and pick another caller automatically. Hey, caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? No. This one is reconnecting. Caller on signal. Just hold on again. Let me pick this caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on. Caller on direct line. Ndewo Mazi. Ganiru, please. Wapu yoso. I cannot understand. Caller on signal. Please go on. Let me see. Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Mazi, I can hear you loud and clear.
There, Mazi, go on, please, go on.
Yeah, good evening from me, Mazi Jonathan.
There.
May God bless you. We missed you for a few days now. But I thank God today you are alive once again. Our brother that are educating us this evening, we want to say a very big thanks. Keep on bringing this revolution. That our people will continue to know what happened to our people, because it is really, really horrible. I have learned a lot this evening for what you have taught us through this radio Biafra. Mazi, please, I just want you to allow me to make this important announcement. It's one of the reasons why I called. Please, I will just make it very fast. Fellow Biafra lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi. I'm calling from Austria. And I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as IPOB Austria National PRO. We are inviting all families of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB Austria family, and also well-wishers to join us for this ESM fundraising. It has been approved by the DOS, and the ESM fundraising is going to take place on 29th of April, 29th of April 2023, and the time of this fundraising is 6 p.m. Biafra time. Once again, the ESM fundraising in Austria is going to take place on 29th of April 2023, and the time is 6 p.m. The venue of this fundraising is Zoom Media Chat. Please, if you have a pen, write down the ID number. The ID number is 8793184480. I repeat, ID number 8793184480. And the passcode is MNK. Which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in capital letter MNK. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the passcode. And our guest of honor on that day is Mazi Abani, IPOB European representative is going to be with us on that particular event of this fundraising. Our brother Mazi, IPOB Vienna Zonal Coordinator, is going to be part of the moderator, and the moderator also is going to provide the affair of that day. Mazi Obinna Metusala is going to ask for the program for the fundraising. And please, we are begging every IPOB member to make yourself available in this fundraising of ESM, because these men and women have done a lot for us. This is why our land is secure today. And the second one quickly is on 1st of May, which is going to be on Monday, a public holiday. IPOB Austria is calling all of us of freedom for our first march, our first protest here in Austria. Is going to take place in Linz. It's going to take place in Linz, not in Vienna. So all road is leading to Linz on 1st of May. Most of us that are coming to this protest, we know where we used to gather, and our meeting point is Gold Garden. It's not far from train station. Immediately you come down from train station, just ask anybody around you. They will tell you where Gold Garden is, just 50 meters from train station. Please, all zonal coordinators, it's mandatory that we must educate our people the reason why all of us should be heading to Linz on 1st of May. Because the Austrian television is going to carry this protest, and all their parliamentary members are going to be also in this on that day live to see why we are letting them to know that our leader Nnamdi Kanu is still being held in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria under the DSS that is holding our leader. Despite this man has been discharged and acquitted, they are still holding him. Please, we must make this protest a worldwide protest so that they will know that our leader is in the hands of these people. And the time is 8 a.m. in the morning. We are gathering in both Garden 8 a.m. in the morning. Please make sure you be there, and as you are coming, come with our regalia and your flag. And as you do so, may God bless you. Mazi Jonathan, thank you for giving this opportunity to make this important announcement that is going to take place here in Austria. Thank you, my beloved brother. May God bless you. I hang up from here. Thank you.
There, Mazi Dodrege. Thank you very much. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go. Know what is happening to this direct line. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Call Chineke. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you off your radio and talk to the whole world, please? Off your radio. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? You are not ready to speak. Caller on Signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jonathan, can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you. Bikome and Kenke, don't go just 2 minutes highest.
Jonathan, I want to come here and make my Biafra. Veteran. Biafra all over the world. I pray on any local government show. I know we are distant, but don't talk about it. Biafra, I want that detail. How people come out, how do you English? I work at Chris Kama from over. All in America, I see 2 months with the no bad that. And then when I'm not on the Christian, I get it to be. And the people I get it, there's a veteran. I want to say, you can have that night. We recognize any. We have our own women. Fulani have their own women. That's right. Britain have their own women. Then I'm Jonathan. I say, let's get it over. I say, what can we have come up and I want to call it that Jonathan. Let me get it. Who bought monkey panel? Who bought monkey? I don't know that people are going to also. What the heck? How I will do it? The ones out there, and the chance are there.
That any church, I think you said the veteran. Stop trying to condemn my issue. I'm telling you guys the general attack. But I could tell you the general attack. When I start, we don't do this. We did any job to try to take it. We did that with that plot and leave. We don't come on the man. I'm a kind of jacket. Everywhere Biafra, anywhere you are on this earth, as long as you are present generation, this Biafra, they will be that. USA, Igbo Congress, and America. I don't understand the Igbo, yeah. I don't have a pretend. A pretend, they will pretend. How would you people, how would you pretend the power? How to pretend today? That's what I was. Only one is that to pretend I'm going to be dead. Who am I to hold that? Okay. Better Toluto, okay, see, Bato, only me there. Capital, I said that I did. Put it one another test. Put it you people are suffering, are suffered enough. That's the time I say that, you know, that's the time. All that, you know, I can't get up that man. And I told him, oh, man, I'm not going to go shit. That's the time I smack him in on that. You're not a game, wala. I can't put that I shot that I say about. I'm not saying that pretty. I'm catching up a ton of bang on. We'll try to the banga. To go to Tapiama, they told the young president of the Kanu to Kanu.
There were Mazi, there were.
They do not tell the pop. I do plan out with them much in the world. Get up with someone is telling you package which go Tapiam. Now, the guy, if I went there to Paris, but I had to go and see him all the way. Okay. No, now, yeah.
There were Mazi. Thank you very much. Caller on the direct line is Cotton. I don't know. They are filtering it mostly from the zoo. They are filtering it, honestly. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Please go on.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. Mazi. I want if I contribute to the Anekuna Balia, which I learn a lot. And I thank Chukwokike for keeping our veteran alive. It's a living library to us as they continue to expose the secrets of the enemy and janjaweed, even our own people. All they very good. Now, if I'm watching you, Mazi, Abia na I want a suggestion first of all. Or the possible, most of these our politicians in our granting her interview via Radio Biafra, if possible. Because why did you put this thing? The reason why did you make this suggestion?
Mazi, let me say something here. Hello, Mazi. In Anahem is it people people that are afraid of any slightest thing concerning Biafra? Na Radio Biafra. Even Haga Shebam Mamre immediately. Only that.
One reason Nji will make this very suggestion. Because why Nji make a suggestion, I could remember SZF as of 2021, 2022. He was busy on every radio interview, telling them
what is this? Let me see whether I can bring our brother back to summarize what he was saying, because the thing went off by itself. Yeah, Mazi, please continue. Just round up, continue.
Boka, ka afọ pụtagodi ndị outside again, mma na ha ga-agba nsị. Because I cannot be able to hear Ezife again on interview upon all the things that that man said before the election, how they want to bring new Nigeria. I've never heard him anymore in any interview again speak. So I made this very suggestion. Can we adopt all these politicians out? So although not the possible, I will be much happy for such move to be taken toward this very movement. And again, this our prank makers, all these our brothers, or any mechanism they will need to put in place to checkmate these people, because as an anabara uzo weremba or direshi, these our prank makers and comedians, they are damaging the brain of our people so much. Obu no any move we can take on this set of people. They take that very drastic move on this set of people. How iman in a human being in a user of force, it can never change. So the second one. Then third one was what our veteran said concerning Holy Communion. I supported this as in all the 100%. Ihe and being a mad wish. On all the go service in Ugwu Hausa. The first thing I gonna force to give Brukutu and this what is it called? Fura de no and Calabash. I begin to ask myself that very particular time, why is it that everything the first advice are drugging it test to go Fura? So it's the same thing. This is the same thing as what our veteran is talking about, the Holy Communion you see. And I wish for so these two suggestions make behind leadership get never. Finally, concerning how our people can protect the Biafra land, which IPOB are putting their effort towards that. But I don't know or any other means in which we can be able to work. Because why all these politicians now for such interview? Because have feel open. The same way in the security, if we can adopt that that way again, based on agreement and based on discussion, as or you get weapon fear from most of our politicians to speak up. So Mazi, if I contribute to I learned a lot from this very evening program, and we continue to pray for Chukwu Kabiama to give our veteran life, life upon life. Their voice on Radio Biafra. Thank you so much, Mazi.
You know, the issue about saying protection of our so-called politicians of Igbo extraction. Once a politician of Igbo extraction, he always say he swear allegiance. They know what they are doing. As a leader, if you are a real leader, is supposed to, lay his life. That is leadership. If you are there for the goodness of your people, you should be ready to lay your life to protect your people. Is it not what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is he not in the enemy's dungeon? Is he suffering for himself? He's suffering for us. Do you remember one time Mazi Nnamdi Kanu used to preach it? He said, if these people, these politicians, Igbo politicians, if they are really ready or doing something for our collective interest, come on, we will give them protection. You see, our people are ready to die for you. That is the thing. But they are mischievous. They know what they are doing. So you cannot go and protect somebody that is killing you. You understand? So that is it. Mazi, you want to say something before I continue, because I will just pick two more callers, which they are already. Okay.
Mazi.
Yes, before I continue.
I'm very happy this evening. And I will.
Sorry, not. I say whether you want to say something. This is our brother Kuro. The callers have said because I want to pick more two calls.
Let us not forget those prodigal sons. Don't bring them here in Radio Biafra. They are not part of this radio because they will come here to play their game of deceit. They are all bewitched people. They cannot have anything good to say to us. They will always lie to cover all their evil doing. Let them not be invited here for any reason. They believe in Nigeria. Nigeria that is not for anybody. Nigeria that have keeping us in darkness for so many years. No, that would be a very serious noise making. Thank you. Maybe I will summarize and then
okay, just one more call. Caller on I don't know, I want to pick call on direct line, but it's cutting if I pick a cut. I don't know why. Caller on signal. Can you hear me, please? You are the last caller, please. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Mazi Jonathan.
Welcome to the program.
Mazi. Fellow Biafrans, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, depending on where your domicile. Mazi Jonathan, I thank you very much for the good work you are doing for us. I also thank our veteran, Mazi Zekunie. Mazi, you see what our veteran just said. My dad is also a veteran, and he's still alive. Most of the things he used to tell me is almost what our father Ezekune is telling us. Now, I want to give credit to what he said about Mazob and Pitobi in Anambra State. I was in Opoko. Any person that knows Anambra State very well knows that Opoko, St. Luke's Anglican Church Opoko, is where the heat took place. Mazi, those times, just as our veterans said it, that is how they used to kill our people. Now, let me not take much of our time. Coming to the issue of this this Ofaku that you made mention of, Mazi, I must tell you that our veteran is a living legend, and he doesn't forget issues, even at his age. Mazi, I was working in Anambra State Police Headquarters when Ofaku was caught, and it is exactly as he said it. That is the way it happened. Mazi, I don't want to take much of our time. Let me just leave it here. Thank you, and God bless you all for this good work you people are doing for us. We must restore Biafra, because without Biafra, we are nothing.
Of course.
Thank you. All hail Biafra.
All must hail Biafra. Without Biafra, we are just like roaming aimlessly in Nigeria. Do you see how during election time they will tell you, go to Onitsha, go to Aba, go to Owerri, go your home, go southeast. They disenfranchise you. But now census is coming. They say no, you have to stay you have to stay and be counted wherever you are. Do you see how they play around with us as slaves, as people without form and void, people that you can push out. All these insults, and our people are taking all these insults with with patience and pride, or what? I cannot understand. Mazi, please. Make your pattern statements, please. Let us close the program. Please, Mazi, go on, please.
Yeah, fellow dear friends, thank all of you this evening. Mazi, God bless you and give you more strength. I love what you are doing in Radio Biafra and all the presenters. I'm so much addicted to Radio Biafra, I can tell you. Start from morning, Chineke and South Africa. I listen up to Ike Peters, Mazi Alozie, Mazi Banali, and each evening I always expect to hear your vibrating voice. God bless Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, the incarnate of Ndiche. God brought him to restore Biafra. There is nothing the world can do about it. Let them conspire. They have stolen enough from Biafra land, and if they want to steal more, they will perish there. Of course, they are perishing. You can see, they are fighting themselves all over the place, just because of that very particular dot you see there. That is why the world is in trouble. And they will continue to be in trouble. Biafra is the center of humanity. And we must restore Biafra. Whether they like it or not, then we must restore Biafra. Ihe ọzọ m ga-asụ asụsụ Igbo bụ okwu a m kwuo ya onye na-anụ Igbo nụrụ ọfụma. Asị onye ga-ahụnụ hụchakwa ahụcha maka ejikweghị mkpirisi osisi were na-anya udukwu akpa. Ejikweghị mkpirisi osisi were na-anya udukwu akpa. Ya wụ ilu. Onye na-anụ Igbo nụcha ihe m kwuru ọfụma. N'ihi gịnị? Oge eruo na mgbe a ga-ebido ime ihe dị agha. Ọ bụghị igbu mmadụ. Ụkwa n'ịkpa aghara. Mana o nwere ozi a ga-ezigara onye na onye ọbụla. Ịmara mgbe Maazị na-ekwu okwu ọ sị, I need 100 men. And eche m na 100 men ahụ apụtana. Egwu anyị eruo mgbe a ga-akpọrọ shi n'ọnụ. Onye obi ga-ekwe ya akpọrọ shi n'ọnụ bụọ mmadụ. Ịkpụshi n'ọnụ kwenye ihe wụshi. Ịkpọrọ ọnụ ilie obi kpọrọ shi n'ọnụ. Were bụọ mmadụ. Ya mara sị ihe ị na-eme doro gị anya. Na ị ga-eberu enwebe mmụọ ịkpọrọ shi n'ọnụ bụọ mmadụ. Ndị anyị na ha na-eme ihe ekwekweghị ekwe. Ha ekwekweghị ekwe. They don't want Biafra to be hard. Ma afọkwa. Mana ma ọsọrọ ha ma ọsọ ha. They must allow us to govern ourselves. Biafra must be restored, whether they like it or not. If not, they will kill themselves. They will slaughter themselves over this Biafra they are trying to prevent from not being a nation of itself. So let us continue to be resolute, to be straightforward, not wavering in our mind. If you call yourself a Biafran, a freedom fighter, don't have a double mind in what you are pursuing. We are fighting a just cause. It is not illegal for one to seek for independence of himself. After all, United Nations said it before. Self-determination is enshrined in their constitution of the world body. Therefore, it is not a sin for us to seek for independence of our great nation, Biafra. So I'm encouraging every Biafran who are listening to me this night, please have a focus. And please, don't ever, if you call yourself a freedom fighter, you have to free yourself from Western religion. That's number one. Once you can free yourself from there, then you can be a good freedom fighter, because you cannot be choked with that particular yoke of subjugation. It is a spiritual subjugation. Once you are captured spiritually, physically, you are taken as captive. Therefore, you have to reject everything, just like the other people call it Boko Haram. This is our own type of Boko Haram. Boko. The Western religion is Boko. It's haram to us, because they have used it so much to manipulate us and make us to look stupid and fools. And they slaughter us at will. So this time around, we have to reject every rejectable and boycott every boycottable that is necessary. That is what Mazi Mbono Ejike. Next time I will talk about Mazi Mbono Ejike and Ozomba Mbadiwe Agadabashinon Uzueligwe. I will talk on that so that you people will know, including Kanu idiom, so that we will also make a revelation on that area, because so many people doesn't know a man called Mazi Mbono Ejike and what he stands for. So fellow Biafra, thank all of you this evening for listening, and may God give you abundant blessing and memory to remember today. Those little things you were able to listen and the information you got this night, memorize it and develop it inside you so that you can be able to lead, it can be able to lead you to other things. Also, you can also be part of this particular memory, because this memory, once you go into it, as I have said something this evening, you get into it, you begin to move your mind so that you can be able to have a revelation also and be able to be part of contribution towards this particular program. Thank you, Mazi. God bless you. May Elohim keep all of us till we meet again.
Thank you very much. I've kept you so long, of which it shouldn't be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Dear friends and lovers of freedom, this is where I'm going to end the program. But before that, let me say this. We continue this our phone call and Twitter campaign, please. Phone call and Twitter, worldwide phone call and Twitter campaign is bearing fruit. People should be calling every blessed day according to the stipulated time zones, please. What we are doing, this is not being inside the bush as a physical soldier. Suffering rainfall, being entrenched for 2 weeks without being able to go outside. Because I have one of my uncles that was a Biafran soldier. Then sometimes, our land is rainy area. Sometimes they can be inside trench for many days, if not weeks. Many flood with food there, reaching, you will be gasping for your nose to come out for you to breathe. Because you don't dare raise your head. Your bullets are flying everywhere. Bullets. My bomb, mortar, everything. So, in this case, most of us are in our comfort zones doing this fight, which is also highly effective because of the time. What I said before, humans evolution of a human being. What worked before, it might not work now. The way things were done before, it might not be the way things are done. If you look at the 1940s, 1930s aeroplane, 1930 aeroplane, 1940 aeroplane, the aeroplane that Azikiwe used to travel to America, the aeroplane that the Queen of England used to come to Nigeria, I think in the 1950s. If you bring out that aeroplane today and tell people to enter, nobody will enter it. You understand? But that time it was the highest. The humans evolve. There are things you do, according to the time we are, you start doing it in a different way. And that is what we are doing. Things change. I could remember this Peugeot 504. Enter 55. That time I honye buya. Hey! Odeka asin na AC na ekiasan because they make noise. AC. Man, now we waited that Peugeot 504, 505 dash. I guess dash. You will say thank you. I don't want. That is, the world changes and we change with time. That is human being. Now, if you can obtain something the same way you shoot bullets before the no use, now all these calls are more, they become more effective. We Radio Biafra, social media, through all these places we create awareness. You understand? This cause is direct to these people. Imagine in an office, a White House. In the White House, every second phone is ringing. As this one is ringing, it's ringing. As he's answering, he's hearing another calls coming, flooding in. When he pick the same request, I'm a Biafran. I want to notify to you that the same thing you read, another person, the same thing, the whole day. Then we say, but these people, what is happening? Do you remember when we invaded the BBC? What happened? They came up to say something and they made mistake. They tried to go and do documentary, which we pushed them on the Fulani terrorists, and they made mistake. They went and met 101 with terrorists, which they have been tracking for 7 months. They have been with him 7 months. They are a world-renowned terrorist, and he attracted condemnations from everywhere. Oh, so BBC is trying to push terrorism, or advertise terrorists. That is it. So, we are just like ants. Once I make invade, some China trouser again are baginike. Some also now everywhere. That is our who IPOB is. Also. Anything we are doing, we do it as a group, a locus. We invade you. You must make mistake. Or you must respond to us. BBC that time even invited, they wrote me letters, invited me to their debate. But I was unable to attend. I'm telling you honestly. Because of personal reasons. So, that is what we are saying. This phone call and tweets, it is highly effective. We continue telling the world. They don't want to hear our cry, but we continue crying. We continue telling them their sin in their face. They committed genocide in Biafra. Biafra genocide is the only genocide that is not recognized in the United Nations. Courtesy of Britain. Anytime it was brought up in the UN, Britain pignoya like this. For your information. The fear of what is adding to the fear of Britain, let me tell you. They believe that if Biafra comes, that we are going to sue a hell out of them. That they are going to pay reparations. Until that they will sell British Island in order to pay Biafra reparation.